What happens when love and betrayal weave an unbreakable bond between sisters, forever altering their destinies? In a world where family loyalty clashes with desire, Rachel and Leah stand at the precipice of fate, their lives entwined in a web of heartbreak, envy, and unfulfilled dreams. The air crackles with tension as the sun sets over the ancient fields of Haran, casting long shadows that seem to whisper the secrets of their hearts. Rachel, radiant and vibrant, captures every gaze with her beauty, a beacon of hope amidst the unforgiving landscape. Yet, beneath her enchanting surface lies a tempest of longing. She dreams of a future filled with love, but feels the cold grip of rivalry stalk her every move. Leah, her elder sister, bears the weight of the world with eyes that speak of unspoken pain. Though her heart is generous, the shadow of Rachel's allure looms large, eclipsing Leah's yearning to be seen and cherished. On the eve of a monumental union, the air thickens with anticipation and dread. Jacob, their suitor, arrives with promises that echo like distant thunder. His choice between the two sisters will ignite a firestorm of jealousy and heartache, a conflict that will rock their family to its core. The ground trembles beneath their feet, as though the earth itself senses the monumental choices hanging in the balance. What will Rachel sacrifice to capture Jacob's heart? And how far will Leah go to claim her rightful place? As twilight descends, the sisters' paths diverge, each step igniting a chain reaction of consequences. Secrets simmer beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to explode. The first night of the wedding approaches, a night that will forever alter the course of their lives. Rachel, cloaked in her dreams, is poised for triumph, yet unaware of the looming betrayal that casts its dark veil over her desires. Leah, feeling the sting of inadequacy, is set to unleash a long-buried fury, one that could either bind them together or tear them apart irrevocably. The stars blink in and out, as if holding their breath, watching the drama unfold. Every heartbeat echoes a silent prayer for love, acceptance, and revenge. The air thickens with foreboding, leaving behind a haunting question. When the veil is lifted, who will be left standing amidst the ruins of shattered dreams? As the sisters brace themselves for a night of revelations, the shadows lengthen, and destiny looms closer, hungry for its due. With every passing moment, the stakes rise, and the sisters' bond teeters on the edge of a knife. In this haunting tale of love and longing, betrayal and resilience, the stage is set for a confrontation that will echo through the ages. Will Rachel's beauty triumph, or will Leah's hidden strength reclaim the narrative? The resolution lies just beyond the horizon, waiting to ensnare them both, as history breathes heavily around them, locked in a suspenseful embrace. In a world where the sun blazed overhead like a judgmental eye, a man named Abram stood at the crossroads of destiny. His heart thudded loudly in his chest, echoing the whispers of gods and ancestors. He was a man of the desert, a wanderer who had left the comfort of his father's home in Ur, a bustling city of trade and wealth, seeking something he couldn't quite name. In a time before history had solidified into the books we know today, Abram's journey was fueled not by the allure of gold or the promise of land, but by a divine calling that stirred within him, a voice that beckoned him toward an unknown future. The air was thick with the weight of promise and uncertainty as Abram listened to the voice, a soft yet penetrating call. Go forth from your land, from your kindred, and from your father's house to the land that I will show you. And with that, the course of his life shifted forever. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, as Abram gathered his belongings. He took his wife Sarai, a woman of unmatched beauty and strength, and his nephew Lot, who looked up to him with wide eyes filled with a mix of admiration and fear. Their journey was fraught with challenges. In the barren wilderness, they encountered fierce storms that threatened to tear their fragile tents apart. At times, hunger gnawed at their bellies like a ravenous beast. Yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of hope ignited within Abram's heart. His covenant with the divine promise that he would be the father of a great nation, a promise that wrapped around him like a warm blanket in the chilling desert nights. As they traveled, Abram's faith was tested again and again. In Egypt, They faced an imminent danger when Pharaoh's gaze fell upon Sarai, her beauty a beacon in a land filled with shadows. Fear gripped Abram as he told the lie that she was his sister, a desperate attempt to save their lives. His heart sank as Sarai was taken to Pharaoh's palace, her fate hanging in the balance. But the God who called him was not indifferent. He intervened, striking Pharaoh's household with plagues until Sarai was returned to her husband, untouched and unbroken. In that moment, Abram realized that he was not alone. The very fabric of the universe had conspired to protect them. Years slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, and the promise of a child loomed over them, growing heavier with each passing day. Sarai, once radiant and vibrant, began to fade under the weight of time. The laughter of children danced only in their dreams. In desperation, she offered her maid Hagar to Abram, thinking that perhaps this was the path to fulfilling God's promise. And from that union, a son named Ishmael was born, a child who carried the legacy of his father's hopes and fears. Yet, as Abram looked into Ishmael's eyes, he felt the ache of something deeper, the longing for the child that had been promised to him and Sarai. And then one fateful night, as the stars shimmered like diamonds against the velvet sky, God appeared to Abram again. "Look toward heaven," he said, "and count the stars if you are able to count them." Abram's heart raced as he gazed upward, the vastness of the universe unfolding before him. "So shall your offspring be," the voice continued, and in that moment, something shifted in Abram. His faith solidified like stone, and he believed, even as doubt lingered in the corners of his mind. Years passed, and Sarai, now weary and frustrated, was transformed into Sarah, a woman who carried her pain with dignity. When she turned 90, and the world had written her story in the dust, God returned with a promise that made the very ground tremble. "You shall bear a son." Laughter bubbled up from Sarah, the kind of laughter that mingled with tears, a wild mix of disbelief and joy. "After I am worn out, shall I have pleasure?" she scoffed. Yet, the promise was true. Isaac was born, a miracle wrapped in swaddling clothes. Isaac grew, a reflection of both parents, embodying their hopes and the legacy of a covenant that stretched beyond the horizons of time. As he roamed the fields alongside his father, laughter echoed between them, filling the space where sorrow had once reigned. But the test of faith was far from over. God called out to Abram once more, his voice a thunderous whisper. "Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and offer him as a burnt offering." A shiver ran through Abram. His heart thudded as he fought against the tide of despair. How could he lay upon the altar the child of promise? Yet, obedience pulled at him, a string tied to the very core of his being. He gathered the wood, the knife, and his son, embarking on that harrowing journey to Mount Moriah. Each step felt weightier than the last, the love for Isaac battling against the call of obedience. "Father," Isaac asked, his voice tinged with innocence, "where is the lamb for the offering?" The question pierced Abram's heart like a dagger, but he responded, "God will provide for himself the lamb." Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as they reached the summit, the weight of the knife heavy in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, a voice broke through the silence. "Abram! Abram!" God intervened at the last moment, sparing Isaac and providing a ram caught in a thicket. The relief that flooded through Abram was overwhelming, a wave of gratitude washing over the anguish of that harrowing moment. The bond between father and son grew stronger, woven together by faith, testing, and divine intervention. As time flowed, Isaac took a wife, Rebekah, whose laughter and kindness brought light into their home. With her, he fathered twins, Esau and Jacob. But the threads of their story were tangled, filled with rivalry and tension. Jacob, the younger sibling, was a dreamer, a man who saw visions of angels ascending and descending. One night, he wrestled with a mysterious figure until dawn broke, and with it, he emerged transformed. His name changed to Israel. He bore the weight of a nation within him, a legacy that would shape the future. Across their woven lives, the threads of hope, fear, and divine promise intertwined, each moment igniting the flames of destiny's forge. The paths of the patriarchs, marked by trials and triumphs, beckoned forth the future. A story still unfolding, where every heartbeat pulsed with the promise of what was yet to come. The air crackled with anticipation, the same tension that had driven Abram, Isaac, and Jacob forward into the unknown. The saga of their lineage had only just begun. In the cradle of civilization, beneath the eternal gaze of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and promise. The sun, a fiery orb, rose each day over a land that buzzed with life. Its people, bustling, vibrant, and full of hopes and dreams. As they gathered at the edge of the fertile plains, their eyes sparkled with the thrill of potential, weaving stories of gods and heroes that transcended the mundane. Here, in ancient Mesopotamia, life pulsed with a rhythm so profound that it echoed through time, still reverberating in the hearts of those who dared to listen. In the markets of Uruk, the laughter of children mingled with the call of vendors. Brightly colored textiles swayed in the wind as traders shouted their wares. Clay pots, glimmering with the sheen of oil, stood proudly next to baskets overflowing with grains. Each item held a story, an emotion, a fragment of life lived. The rich tapestry of the people unfolded before the eyes of the beholder, a world of artisans, farmers, and scribes, each contributing to a mosaic that was as fragile as it was beautiful. Artistry flowed through every aspect of Mesopotamian life. The walls of palaces and temples stood adorned with intricate carvings, telling tales of gods descending from the heavens and heroes battling fierce beasts. This was not mere decoration. It was a language of its own, a testament to the people's devotion and creativity. Stone and clay transformed under the skilled hands of those who understood that art could transcend the ordinary, that it could touch the divine. And then there were the ziggurats, towering structures that reached for the sky, a bridge between earth and the celestial. They stood like silent sentinels, guarding the secrets of the universe. Step by step, priests and worshippers climbed their stairs, voices rising in prayer, pleading for the favor of the gods. The air would shimmer with anticipation, as if the very stones themselves listened, ready to respond to the heartbeats of the faithful below. It was a sacred connection, a bond woven through the fabric of existence itself. In the shadow of these monumental structures, life unfolded, a rich tapestry woven from the threads of diverse cultures. The Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians each brought their unique customs and beliefs, creating a symphony of shared experiences. Festivals erupted with vibrant colors and joyous music, where the people danced as one, forgetting their troubles amidst the pulse of drums and the sweet notes of flutes. It was here that they celebrated the cycle of life, the planting, the harvest, the birth, and the inevitable farewell. Each moment was infused with meaning, reminding them that they were part of something far greater than themselves. As dusk fell, the fires flickered to life, casting warm glows that danced among the gathering shadows. Families came together to share stories, wrapped in the warmth of their homes. The epic tales of Gilgamesh were recited, the hero's journey resonating with every listener. The struggles he faced against gods and monsters mirrored their own battles with fate. The words wove a connection, bonding generations through the power of a shared narrative. Laughter and tears mingled, creating a sacred space where emotions flowed freely, raw and unfiltered. Yet, within this flourishing culture, the specter of conflict loomed. The thirst for land and resources ignited tensions, and the drumbeats of war echoed through the valleys. City-states rose and fell like the tide, each vying for power, wealth, and dominance. The cries of soldiers and the wails of mothers filled the air during these turbulent times, a haunting reminder of the price of ambition. The once lively markets could transform into battlegrounds, where the clashing of swords drowned out the laughter of children. Amidst the chaos, the priests and priestesses held their ground, serving as mediators between the divine and the earthly. They offered sacrifices, seeking to appease the gods during times of strife, believing that a favor from above could restore peace. The rituals became both a source of hope and a stark reminder of the fragility of their existence. Each prayer whispered into the night was laced with desperation, a yearning for solace in a world that often seemed cruel and unpredictable. Education, too, flourished, an intellectual beacon illuminating the minds of the curious. The clay tablets, inscribed with cuneiform, became vessels of knowledge. Scribes, those who bore the weight of words, were revered, their skills sought after by kings and commoners alike. They recorded laws, transactions, and even poetry, crafting a legacy that would endure for millennia. In the quiet of their workshops, they drew symbols that represented not only ideas but the very essence of humanity. The emotions, the triumphs, the sorrows that bound them together. As the sun set on this vibrant tapestry of life, the stars emerged, casting a silvery glow over the land. The people would gaze up, their hearts swelling with wonder. Each twinkling light whispered stories of the past and gleamed with the promise of tomorrow. The universe felt alive, an unbreakable thread connecting them to the gods, to their ancestors, and to each other. There was magic in the air, a belief that even in their darkest hours, they were not alone. And as the night deepened, the sacred rituals continued, echoing through the ages. The fires burned brightly, illuminating faces filled with determination, joy, and sorrow. In this moment, they were part of an unending cycle, a timeless dance that would carry their stories into the annals of history. Each heartbeat, each breath, was a reminder that life, in all its complexity, was a precious gift. The vibrant culture of ancient Mesopotamia, their art, their stories, their very essence, would remain forever etched in the fabric of time, waiting for those who dared to listen to its call. As the dawn approached, the promise of a new day loomed, one filled with potential, dreams, and perhaps even conflict. The heartbeats of the people quickened, echoing the whispers of the past, preparing them for what lay ahead. Hope and fear intertwined, crafting a delicate balance that would shape their destinies. The rhythm of life surged onward, a pulse that would never cease. A storm raged fiercely over the small town of Laban, winds howling like wild beasts, as the first light of dawn crept through the dark clouds. It was on this tumultuous morning that Rachel was born, a child destined to change the course of lives, though no one yet understood the weight of her arrival. The cries of a newborn rang out, cutting through the chaos outside, a sound both fragile and fierce, marking her entrance into a world filled with uncertainty. Rachel's mother, Leah, lay exhausted but radiant, her face illuminated by the flickering candlelight that struggled against the gloom of the storm. Every ounce of pain she had endured during those long labor hours melted away as she held her tiny daughter close to her chest. The warmth of the child was a balm to her spirit, and for a moment, all that mattered was the delicate bundle that now rested in her arms. Rachel's dark curls clung damply to her forehead, and her eyes, though barely open, shimmered like twin stars peeking through a stormy sky. Leah's heart was a tempest of emotions, joy, fear, and a whisper of despair. She knew the world could be cruel, especially for a girl. Leah herself had faced her own share of struggles, battles fought in silence, and dreams deferred. She remembered her own childhood, filled with laughter and longing, the echoes of her father's voice urging her to be strong. As she gazed down at Rachel, she vowed that her daughter would know strength too, even if it meant facing heartbreak. Outside, the storm continued to rage, and the townsfolk whispered among themselves, casting glances at the house where the baby's cries had been heard. They exchanged nervous murmurs, their worries dancing in the air like the shadows thrown by the flickering light. Would the child thrive? Would Leah survive the trials of motherhood that loomed ahead? Little did they know that Rachel would emerge not just as a daughter, but as a beacon of hope in times fraught with darkness. As the days turned into weeks, Rachel became the heart of her small home. She was a symbol of resilience, her every coo and giggle echoing through the halls like a melody that lightened the burdens of all who heard. Leah poured her love into Rachel, weaving dreams into her very being with every lullaby sung and every story told. Each night, as Rachel drifted off to sleep, Leah whispered tales of brave women who had defied the odds, their spirits unbroken. She wanted Rachel to know that strength was not just a gift but a choice, one she would need to make repeatedly in her life. But the storms of life were not confined to the skies. They rumbled beneath the surface, hidden yet palpable, as Rachel grew. The family's home, once filled with laughter, began to echo with silence as Leah's husband, Jacob, wrestled with his own demons. The weight of responsibility bore down on him, and he found himself retreating into solitude, leaving Leah and Rachel to navigate the challenges alone. The father-daughter bond that could have been so beautiful was instead shrouded in uncertainty, a dark cloud looming over Rachel's early years. Leah watched as Rachel began to explore the world around her, her tiny hands reaching out to grasp at the wonders within her reach. The soft petals of flowers in their garden, the sweet songs of birds perched on branches, all drew Rachel in, igniting a spark within her. She was curious and brave, a tiny adventurer ready to take on the world, even as shadows crept in around her. Leah felt a mix of pride and fear. She wanted Rachel to be fearless but worried about the dangers that lurked just beyond their little home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the sky, Leah sat with Rachel on her lap, telling stories of brave women who had fought for their dreams. "You are strong, my little one," she said, brushing her fingers through Rachel's dark curls. "You must believe that you can change your world." Rachel gazed up at her mother with wide, trusting eyes, the kind that held galaxies of dreams and possibilities. Time marched on, and the seasons changed, bringing with them a whirlwind of emotions and events. Rachel's first steps came unsteadily, a victory met with cheers from Leah but witnessed from a distance by Jacob, who was still lost in his own battles. The joy of that moment felt bittersweet, as though the very air crackled with the tension of unspoken words. Leah sensed the rift growing, as if each step Rachel took pushed her father further away, deepening the chasm that had formed in their family. Leah often found solace in the quiet of the night, staring out at the stars that twinkled above, whispering a prayer for strength. She wished for Rachel to have a father who would show up, who would be present in her moments of triumph and despair. But as Rachel grew, she learned to find joy in her mother's unwavering love. The bond they shared was woven tightly, a tapestry of laughter, tears, and shared dreams. They were each other's anchors in a world that felt increasingly unpredictable. It was during these formative years that Rachel began to learn about her family's history, tales of her ancestors, stories of struggles and triumphs that resonated deeply. Leah would often speak of the women who came before them, each one shaping the world in their own quiet yet powerful ways. Rachel felt a connection to them, a lineage of women whose spirits echoed in her own heart. Each story filled her with a sense of purpose, a realization that her life was part of a larger narrative, a tale of perseverance and strength woven across generations. But the path ahead was not without its storms. The challenges were like dark clouds gathering on the horizon, threatening to overshadow the light that Rachel and Leah had fought so hard to nurture. Jacob's distance grew, the silence between him and Leah thickening like fog, while Rachel remained blissfully unaware of the weight of adult troubles. She found joy in the simplicity of childhood, chasing butterflies in the meadow, laughing with friends, and weaving daisy chains that adorned her sun-kissed hair. Yet, life has a way of testing bonds, and the question lingered. Could a girl born amidst turmoil grow to find her place in a world that felt so divided? Little did Rachel know that her story was just beginning, and the trials ahead would shape her into the woman she was destined to become. The laughter and tears, the love and heartache, all intertwined like threads in a beautiful, complex tapestry that awaited its time to unfurl. In the distance, the storm clouds loomed, but Rachel, with her mother by her side, was ready to face whatever came their way. The night air was thick with anticipation as the stars hung like diamonds on black velvet, twinkling down on the small village of Haran. In the stillness, the world held its breath, waiting for a miracle that would change everything. Within the modest walls of a clay dwelling, the flickering of an oil lamp cast shadows that danced across the faces of anxious family members. They spoke in hushed tones, their hearts pounding with a rhythm that matched the labor of a young woman inside. This was no ordinary night. It was the night Leah would be born. Rachel, Leah's mother, was a figure of strength and tenderness, her body taut with the ache of impending motherhood. Each contraction surged through her like a wave, crashing against the shore of her resolve. She gripped the hand of her sister-in-law, who whispered encouragement, but the pain was raw, visceral. She could feel the weight of her ancestors pressing in, the hopes of a family resting on her shoulders. How she longed to bring forth a child who would carry the legacy of her people. Yet dread clawed at her heart. Outside, the moon peeked through dark clouds, casting an ethereal glow on the earth below. In the distance, the soft bleats of sheep mingled with the whispers of the wind, carrying tales of long-forgotten times. The world felt alive, as if it too was waiting for Leah's arrival. Rachel's breath came in gasps, and with each surge of pain, she held on to the promise of life, gripping the fabric of her tunic as if it were a lifeline. Time stretched and twisted as Rachel fought against the waves of pain, each one bringing her closer to the moment that would shift the very fabric of her family tree. The air grew heavier with each breath, thick with the scent of herbs and sweat, and the frantic prayers of her loved ones. Her husband, Jacob, paced anxiously outside, feeling a strange mix of pride and fear. This was it. He would soon be a father. Then, with a cry that echoed through the walls and into the night, Leah burst into the world, her tiny form cradled in the hands of the midwife. She had arrived, a perfect being with a tuft of dark hair and a spirit that seemed ready to take on the world. But the joy of that moment was marred by silence that followed. Rachel's heart raced as she searched the eyes of the midwife, looking for reassurance, a sign that her daughter was healthy. Leah let out a wail that pierced through the air, and in that sound, a mother's heart found its rhythm. As Leah grew, the village whispered tales of her beauty and grace. The family's home was filled with warmth and laughter, stories shared beneath the starlit sky, and the sweet aroma of bread baking in the oven. Yet, there was a shadow lurking just beyond the warmth of the hearth. Leah was not the favored child in her household. She lived in the radiant glow of her sister Rachel, whose beauty was spoken of in hushed tones, whose laughter was the music of every gathering. The love that was meant to envelop Leah often felt like a flickering candle, struggling against the winds of preference. From a young age, Leah became acutely aware of the way her family's love was measured. She watched as her parents' eyes sparkled for Rachel, and her heart ached with a longing that felt insatiable. Her childhood was woven with threads of envy and admiration, a tapestry of emotions that pulled at her spirit. She tried her best to win affection, to shine brightly enough to draw their gaze, but each effort felt like tossing pebbles into a deep, dark well. They would never reach the bottom. As the seasons changed, Leah found solace in the fields, where the golden wheat swayed like a sea beneath the sun. The tasks of the harvest became her refuge, allowing her to escape the weight of her heart. With every sheaf she gathered, every seed she planted, she felt a connection to the land, a sense of belonging that was missing from her familial bonds. She would often hum soft melodies, the notes weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, a solace for her restless heart. Despite her struggles, there was a strength within her, a quiet resilience that would not be extinguished. In her solitude, Leah discovered her own beauty, a beauty that was not defined by the standards of her family, but illuminated by her kindness and inner fortitude. She would help the elderly in the village, sharing laughter and stories, her laughter a balm for their weary souls. Bit by bit, Leah began to carve a space for herself in a world that often overlooked her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leah ventured to the edge of the village. The horizon stretched endlessly, calling to her restless spirit. It was there she met a stranger, a wanderer who spoke of lands beyond the mountains, of adventures and dreams waiting to be realized. His eyes sparkled with the thrill of possibilities, and for the first time, Leah felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Their conversations became a sanctuary from the pain of her reality. The wanderer spoke of love and bravery, of stepping into the unknown with courage. He saw her, not just as Rachel's sister, but as Leah, a woman with her own dreams and desires. They would wander the fields together, the air thick with laughter and dreams, and for every moment they shared, Leah felt herself begin to bloom. Yet, change was on the horizon, a storm gathering strength that would soon break upon the village. As Leah's heart danced with the sweetness of newfound connection, she was unaware of the tempest that would shatter her world. Jacob, her father, had made a choice that would ripple through their lives, a choice that would draw her further into the intricate web of family, love, and strife. Little did Leah know that the very foundation of her life was about to shift, and with it, the love she had so desperately sought would become a tangled knot of joy and heartache, igniting a journey filled with passion, resilience, and the strength of a woman determined to forge her own path. The stars above continued to twinkle, indifferent to the turmoil below, but Leah was ready to embrace the chaos that life had in store. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the land of Haran, a place where whispers of ancient stories danced on the dusty winds. Here, amidst the rugged mountains and fertile valleys, lived a man whose name would stir both admiration and fear, Laban, the father of Rachel and Leah. His life was a tapestry woven with ambition, cunning, and a thirst for power that would shape the destinies of those around him. Laban was a man of striking contrasts. He possessed the shrewdness of a merchant and the protective instincts of a father, yet there was a darkness that clung to him, like the shadows that crept into the corners of his home at twilight. His lineage traced back to Nahor, a name that whispered of wealth and status, yet Laban's own rise was not without its trials. His family had roots in Mesopotamia, a land teeming with trade and intrigue, where every interaction could blossom into alliance or betrayal. Among the flurry of camels and the rich aroma of spices, Laban's household was alive with activity. But within that vibrant chaos lay an undercurrent of tension. Rachel, his cherished daughter, was the apple of his eye, a beauty with soft, dark curls that seemed to capture the very essence of the night. Leah, on the other hand, bore the weight of unspoken longing. Her eyes, though delicate, were often misted with tears, reflecting a heart that yearned for her father's affection. Laban adored Rachel, yet there was a chill that ran through their relationship, a silent acknowledgement of the power he held over her life. Every time he gazed upon her, he saw not just his daughter, but also a pawn in a larger game, a chance to forge alliances, to elevate his standing among the clans. Those who knew him spoke in hushed tones, acknowledging both his intelligence and his ruthlessness. They whispered of how Laban had managed to amass wealth, using charm and guile as his weapons. The tales spun of livestock trades that swayed markets and negotiations that left rivals reeling. But it was not merely his business acumen that kept people at bay. It was the chilling aura of unpredictability that surrounded him. A man who could laugh with one companion and cast a cold glance at another. It was in these moments, where the warmth of family clashed with the frost of ambition, that Laban truly revealed himself. He was a father, yes, but also a strategist, ever calculating, ever scheming. The tension of his duality hung over the household, palpable and electric. As Rachel and Leah grew, so did the complexity of their lives. Laban's aspirations took center stage, overshadowing the simple joys of sisterhood. The two sisters, though bound by blood, found themselves caught in opposing currents. Rachel, the adored and favored, often basked in her father's light, while Leah, the overlooked and less celebrated, trudged through shadows seeking acknowledgement. Their contrasting fates were a reflection of Laban himself. His love was a blessing, but it also bore the weight of expectations. In the quiet of the night, when the stars illuminated the landscape, the sisters would sit together near the flickering firelight. There was an unspoken bond between them, a sisterhood forged in shared dreams and silent hopes. Leah would often gaze longingly at Rachel and whisper, "Do you think Father loves us both equally?" Rachel, with her gentle heart, would respond, "He loves us in different ways." But deep down, they both knew the truth. Laban's love was a currency, one that had to be earned, and for Leah, it felt like a debt she could never repay. Then came Jacob, a man whose arrival would forever alter the fabric of their lives. The moment Laban laid eyes on him, he sensed the potential this young man held. Jacob carried with him the promise of a fresh start, an opportunity to cement alliances that would transcend family ties. The warmth of a fatherly welcome masked the calculating mind of Laban, who saw in Jacob not just a son-in-law, but an investment. Their initial encounters were laced with subtle challenges. Laban played the gracious host, yet every word was laced with a veiled agenda. "Stay with us, Jacob," he would say, "for you are a part of our family now." Yet with every invitation, Laban's eyes sparkled with a shrewd glint as he began to weave his plans. Jacob's strength and promise made Laban's heart swell with ambition, but it also stirred an anxiety within him. Laban was not one to easily share the stage. He preferred to be the puppet master, pulling the strings while others danced to his tune. One evening, under the cloak of night, Laban gathered his daughters, sensing a storm brewing within their hearts. "You must choose wisely in love," he advised, his voice dripping with authority. "A marriage is not just a bond between two souls. It is a union of families, a strategic move." Rachel and Leah listened, their hearts pounding in tandem, each sister harboring dreams that could either lead to happiness or heartache. As Laban's ambitions danced in the air, the sisters felt the tightening grip of their father's influence. The family dynamics shifted like the sands of the desert, unstable and unpredictable. Laban was transforming before their eyes from a father to a figure of authority, and as he set the stage for the future, the storm clouds gathered. With every passing day, the stakes grew higher. Rachel, with her radiant beauty, caught Jacob's eye, while Leah remained in the shadows, yearning for a place in the warmth of his affections. But Laban, ever the strategist, watched closely, ready to manipulate the situation to his benefit. In the depths of his heart, he understood the power he wielded over their lives, and with it came a sense of foreboding, both for himself and for his daughters, who were unwitting players in a game that was about to spiral into chaos. Under the vast expanse of the star-speckled sky, a young man named Jacob sat alone on the edge of a rocky outcrop. The night air was thick with the scent of earth and sage, and the moon cast a silvery glow that danced upon the hills of Canaan. His brown eyes sparkled with a mixture of hope and uncertainty, carrying the weight of a world that felt both familiar and foreign. His heart was a storm of emotions, torn between the love of his mother, Rebekah, and the looming shadow of his brother, Esau. Jacob was no ordinary boy. He was the second son of Isaac and Rebekah, born moments after his twin brother Esau, with a hand grasping at his brother's heel as if to pull himself into the world. This small incident, seemingly innocuous, had set the stage for a lifetime of rivalry, a competition that would echo through the ages. Growing up in the tents of his father, Jacob learned the ways of his people. He watched as his father toiled in the fields and as his mother gathered herbs, all while the stories of their forefathers whispered through the canvas walls. But Jacob was different. While Esau, the rugged hunter, thrived in the outdoors, Jacob found solace in the quiet of the tent. He was a thinker, a dreamer, a man of the heart. It was during these tender moments of introspection that he first felt the stirrings of destiny beckoning him. The tales of Abraham, his grandfather, ignited a fire within him, a sense that he too was meant for greatness. However, that greatness came with a price. As he watched Esau, the favored son of Isaac, bask in their father's pride, Jacob felt the gnawing pangs of jealousy. Their father's love, so deeply entrenched and evident, seemed to slip through Jacob's fingers like sand. He often lingered in the shadows, wishing for the warmth of approval, dreaming of a bond that felt perpetually out of reach. The tension between the brothers simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to boil over. It was during one fateful day in the fields that the inevitable conflict erupted. Hungry and tired after a long hunt, Esau returned home, weariness etched on his face. Jacob, ever the clever one, stood by the bubbling pot of stew, its rich aroma wafting tantalizingly in the air. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he offered Esau a deal, his birthright for a simple meal. Esau, oblivious to the weight of his brother's words, agreed with a careless shrug. In that moment, Jacob seized not just a meal, but a future. The gravity of that choice hung in the air, thick and heavy, as Jacob devoured the stew, a sense of triumph coursing through his veins. But even in his victory, doubt lingered like a shadow, whispering that the price of his ambition might be far greater than he anticipated. As time passed, the tensions escalated. The love of Rebekah for her younger son only fueled Jacob's desires and ambitions. One night, as the stars twinkled above them, she devised a plan to secure Jacob's future. Isaac's eyesight was failing, and the time had come to bestow blessings upon his sons. Rebekah dressed Jacob in Esau's clothes, covering him in the scent of the outdoors, and placed goat skins upon his arms to mimic his brother's hairiness. Jacob, trembling with fear and excitement, approached his father. "Who are you, my son?" Isaac's voice trembled with uncertainty. "I am Esau, your firstborn." The words felt like a dagger in Jacob's heart, yet he spoke them with conviction. Isaac's hands rested on Jacob, searching for the truth, and in that moment, the fabric of their family began to unravel. The blessing was bestowed, a moment that would echo through time, sealing Jacob's fate as the leader of a great nation. But the weight of that deceit bore heavily on Jacob's shoulders. As Esau returned, rage ignited in his heart. Jacob could hear the fury of his brother as he vowed to kill him. Panic surged through him like wildfire. The warmth of his mother's embrace quickly turned cold as the reality of his actions dawned upon him. He had sacrificed more than just a birthright. He had severed the bond of brotherhood, a wound that would never heal. With midnight creeping closer, Jacob prepared to flee. The night was alive with the sounds of the wilderness, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. His heart raced as he gathered only the essentials, each item a reminder of what he was leaving behind. The ties that bound him to his family were fraying, and soon he would step into the unknown, a world far away from the comforts of Canaan. As dawn broke, Jacob set forth on a path winding through rugged terrain, leaving behind the only life he had known. Each step felt heavy, like dragging chains of guilt and fear. The road to Haran stretched out before him, vast and uncertain, a mirror of the tumult within his heart. He was alone, but the thought of his mother's love pushed him onward, intertwined with the fear of Esau's wrath. As he walked, the landscape began to change. Tall mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks crowned with clouds that whispered ancient secrets. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting orange and pink hues across the sky, a promise of a new day but also a reminder of all he left behind. The bittersweet taste of freedom mingled with the sorrow of abandonment, wrapping around him like a heavy cloak. Days turned into nights, and Jacob's journey was filled with trials. He faced hunger, fatigue, and moments of self-doubt, but the fire within him refused to extinguish. He became a wanderer, a man seeking not just a place to rest his head, but a purpose to define his existence. Each encounter with fellow travelers shaped him, revealing pieces of wisdom that would guide him in the days to come. But as he neared Haran, a new tension crackled in the air. Would he find acceptance or rejection? Would he face the consequences of his actions or be welcomed with open arms? The questions loomed like dark clouds overhead, and Jacob could not shake the feeling that the greatest challenge was yet to come. Each step drew him closer to the answers, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, an overwhelming sense of destiny filled the air. Fear and excitement mingled within him like a raging river, pushing him onward. The path stretched endlessly, a winding road leading toward an uncertain future, and Jacob could only hope that beyond the horizon lay the redemption he so desperately sought. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rocky terrain that surrounded the well. Dust motes danced in the warmth of the late afternoon, and the air buzzed with the distant sound of livestock stirring. A flock of sheep bleated, their calls echoing against the cliffs. Jacob, weary from his travels, trudged through the arid landscape. His heart was heavy, not just from the weight of his pack, but from the uncertainty of what lay ahead. He had fled his home, leaving behind the echoes of his mother's soft voice and the stern but loving gaze of his father. The air was thick with tension as he recalled the hurt he had caused, how he had taken the blessing that belonged to his brother, Esau. Jacob's heart raced as he approached the well, not just from exhaustion but from the fear of the unknown. He was heading toward a family he had never known, a place filled with distant relatives, and the shadows of their past loomed over him. As he neared the well, he saw a group of shepherds gathered, their voices mingling in laughter under the sun. They were stronger than he, their hands calloused from years of hard labor. Jacob hesitated for a moment, sensing the camaraderie they shared. He felt like an outsider, awkward and unsure of his place in this world. But curiosity pulled him forward. "Where are you from?" one of the shepherds asked, tilting his head as he eyed Jacob. The question hung in the air, a simple inquiry, yet it felt like a weighty judgment. Jacob explained that he was the son of Isaac, a traveler seeking his kin in Paddan Aram. The shepherds exchanged glances, their laughter fading as they absorbed the news. "You come looking for Laban, then?" another asked, his tone shifting from jest to seriousness. Jacob nodded, feeling the gravity of his destination settle deeper within him. Laban, his mother's brother, was the key to Jacob's new life, though he knew little of what awaited him. The men shifted their gazes back to the well, where the water glistened like jewels in the fading light. "Rachel, Laban's daughter, is coming," one of them announced, and the air felt charged with excitement. Jacob's heart skipped a beat. The name hung in the air like a promise, a beacon of hope in his uncertain world. Before Jacob could respond, he caught a glimpse of her, a figure approaching in the distance, silhouetted against the shimmering horizon. Rachel was walking with a grace that seemed almost ethereal, her silhouette framed by the golden light of the setting sun. Long, dark hair flowed around her shoulders like a cascade of night, and her laughter rang like a sweet melody, instantly captivating. The moment she drew closer, the world around Jacob faded into insignificance. She was beautiful, with bright, sparkling eyes that seemed to hold the mysteries of the universe. Something deep within him stirred, a mix of awe and longing igniting a fire he never knew he carried. Time slowed as he watched her, struck by the contrast of her light against the harshness of the land. Rachel approached the well, her movements fluid and confident. In her hands, she carried a heavy water jar, a task she undertook with ease, though it was a burden for most. The shepherds leaned forward, their eyes dancing with mischief as they regarded her. Jacob felt an unfamiliar heat rise in his chest, a mixture of admiration and an instinctive desire to protect her from the world. "Why don't you help her?" one of the men nudged him, a playful grin on his face. Jacob, suddenly feeling the weight of their stares, took a deep breath and stepped forward. It was a leap into the unknown, but the pull of her presence was undeniable. "May I help you with that?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. She turned to face him, and in that moment the world snapped back into focus. Rachel's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and intrigue crossing her features. "Who are you?" Her voice was soft yet commanding, cutting through the tension like a knife. "I am Jacob, the son of Isaac," he replied, trying to steady his racing heart. "I have come to find my family." Rachel smiled, and in that instant, Jacob felt as if the sun had broken through the clouds, lighting up everything around him. A warmth spread through him, igniting hope where there had been only uncertainty. "I am Rachel, daughter of Laban," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. The air thickened with an unspoken connection, a spark that neither could ignore. Jacob felt the labor of his journey fade into the background, replaced by an emotion that surged like a wild river, uncontainable and powerful. As they spoke, laughter bubbled between them, weaving a tapestry of shared stories and dreams. Jacob could hardly believe how easy it was to talk to her, how each word felt like a thread tying their fates together. He learned of her life tending sheep, her hopes, her aspirations, and with every word, his heart swelled with admiration. Rachel was not just beautiful. She was spirited and strong, a woman of the land who bore the weight of her family with dignity and grace. But the moment was not without tension. As Rachel filled her jar with water, Jacob recalled the consequences of his past, the shadow of his brother lurking in the back of his mind. What would Esau think? What would Laban say? Yet, the thought of losing this spark, this connection, sent shivers down his spine. Jacob stepped closer, his voice low, almost reverent. "I have come a long way, but I did not expect to find someone like you." Rachel's cheeks flushed, and in that moment, Jacob felt bolder, like the rugged mountains surrounding them, strong and unyielding. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair away from her face, his fingers lingering longer than necessary. "Together, we could," he started, but the world around them seemed to hold its breath, the moment stretching, suspended in a tapestry of unspoken words and burgeoning desires. Just then, the laughter of the shepherds broke the spell, a reminder of the world outside their shared bubble. Jacob's heart raced, caught between the fear of what lay ahead and the thrill of this unexpected connection. Rachel's smile dimmed for just a moment, as if she too felt the weight of reality pressing in on them. Still, in that fleeting instant, something profound had shifted. Jacob was no longer just a traveler. He was a man with a purpose, driven by the warmth of Rachel's spirit and the flickering flame of hope ignited by their encounter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, Jacob realized that he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, as long as she was by his side. And as if sensing his resolve, Rachel's eyes sparkled with a promise of shared futures and untold stories, drawing them closer to a destiny that was just beginning to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the arid landscape. As Jacob approached the tent of Laban, dust swirled around his feet, and with each step, he felt the weight of his choices pressing down on him like the heavy stones of the mountains behind him. He was a weary traveler, torn from the familiar comforts of his family, now standing at a crossroads that would forever alter his fate. The air was thick with the smell of livestock and the earthy scent of the desert, a stark reminder that he was far from home, far from everything he had ever known. Laban, a shrewd man with eyes that sparkled with cunning, greeted Jacob with a mixture of warmth and calculated interest. It was a meeting of two worlds, the earnest, hopeful heart of Jacob meeting the mercantile spirit of Laban, who saw potential in every situation, especially when it involved profit. Jacob's heart raced. He needed work, a refuge, but what would it cost him? The thought lingered like a shadow, whispering doubts in his mind. "Welcome, my nephew," Laban boomed, his voice echoing around the tent, mingling with the sounds of bleating sheep and the rustling of the wind. "What brings you to my door? Surely, you didn't come all this way just to visit your uncle." There was a joviality in his tone, but Jacob could sense the sharpness lurking beneath the surface, like a blade concealed in the folds of a fine robe. "I seek your help, uncle," Jacob replied, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions raging within him. "I need work to earn my keep." His heart thudded in his chest as he spoke, the words hanging heavily in the space between them. He had left everything behind, his home, his family, and his brother's wrath, and now it all rested on this fragile negotiation. Laban's expression shifted, a flicker of intrigue lighting his features. "Work, you say? And what skills do you bring?" He leaned closer, his eyes narrowing, assessing Jacob as if he were a fine piece of livestock ready for sale. "I have many mouths to feed and much land to tend. Are you prepared to toil and sweat under the sun?" Jacob swallowed hard, images of his father's fields flashing through his mind. He was familiar with hard work, and he was no stranger to the burdens of responsibility. "I can shepherd your flocks, tend your fields, and ensure your household flourishes," he asserted, the resolve in his voice rattling like a chariot wheel over rough terrain. A sly smile crept across Laban's face, revealing a man who relished the game of negotiation. "Ah, but what do you require in return?" The question hung in the air, electric with possibilities. Jacob felt a twinge of uncertainty, a reminder that Laban was known for his cleverness, and this was not a man to be underestimated. "I ask for nothing but food and shelter. I will work hard, and in return, I seek your favor," Jacob insisted, feeling the weight of his words as they left his lips. It was a fair offer, he thought, a testament to his dedication. But Laban's eyes danced with mischief, and Jacob could feel the tension thickening. like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. "What if I were to offer you my daughter?" Laban proposed, his tone suddenly serious, as if delivering a decree from on high. "Rachel, the youngest, she is beautiful and strong, and she will make a good wife for a man who proves his worth." The unexpected proposal sent shockwaves through Jacob's heart. Rachel, the name resonated within him like a sacred hymn, conjuring images of her radiant smile and the allure of her laughter. 7 years of work, Laban continued, watching Jacob's reaction with keen interest. "You labor for me, and at the end of that time she will be yours." The offer hung heavy in the air, the weight of it compressing Jacob's dreams and fears into a singular point of focus. 7 years. It felt both like an eternity and a fleeting instant, the line between time and desire blurring in his mind. Jacob's heart raced, fighting against the tidal wave of emotions crashing over him. "I will do it," he declared, the determination igniting within him like the flames of a campfire on a cold night. "I will work for you for 7 years to have her hand." The words echoed between them, sealing a pact that would bind his fate to Laban's family. Laban's laughter rang out, rich and satisfying, a sound that felt like a dagger, sharp and gleeful. "You are a man of conviction, Jacob, but remember, you are dealing with a man who knows how to twist the truth." There was a warning in his voice, a reminder that in this game of negotiation, Laban was the master and Jacob, still the fledgling. As Jacob accepted the terms, a mix of hope and dread filled the air. 7 years of labor stretched out before him like the vast desert, a promise and a prison all at once. He could almost see the days slipping through his fingers like sand, each moment marked by the sweat of his brow and the ache of his muscles. Yet, in the depths of his heart, the image of Rachel bloomed like a radiant flower in the harsh landscape of his life, and he clung to that vision with fierce tenacity. With the agreement sealed, Jacob felt an unshakable resolve take hold. Each sunrise would become a testament to his sacrifice, every drop of sweat a reminder of his yearning. Laban's sly smile faded slightly, replaced by a glimmer of respect for the tenacity of his nephew. But deep down, Jacob sensed that this was only the beginning of a far more intricate dance between them, a game filled with twists and turns that would test his spirit and faith in ways he could not yet fathom. And as Jacob set to work, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, hinting at the trials yet to come. In the heart of this desert, under a sky thick with promise and peril, Jacob's journey was only just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, a place where the air was thick with the scent of olive trees and the whispers of 1,000 stories. Jacob, a man of strength and resolve, stood at the edge of his uncle Laban's vast estate, his heart pounding with anticipation. The day he had long awaited had finally come, his marriage to Rachel, the woman he loved fiercely. But as he gazed at her radiant figure, draped in a flowing gown that shimmered like the stars, a shiver ran down his spine, an unshakable feeling that something was amiss. In the days leading up to the wedding, the air had buzzed with excitement. Friends and family gathered, filling the tents with laughter and joy. Yet beneath the surface, a current of tension flowed, electrifying the very soil they walked upon. Laban, with his sly smiles and glinting eyes, often lingered in the shadows, plotting, scheming, his intentions as murky as the waters of the Euphrates River. As the sun dipped below the horizon, candles flickered to life, casting a warm glow on the faces of the assembled guests. They wore expressions of bliss, unaware that the night harbored a deceit as dark as the night sky. Jacob, entranced by Rachel's beauty, could hardly fathom the storm brewing just beyond the veil of happiness. The ceremony began, a dance of sacred words and promises, woven together by the fabric of tradition. Jacob's heart swelled with love and hope as he took Rachel's hand, their fingers intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree. But a nagging thought clawed at the edges of his mind. A warning, perhaps, from the gods or merely a trick of fate. Then came the moment when the veil was to be lifted, the final act that would reveal the truth. As Jacob stood there, anticipation coursing through him, He felt the weight of history pressing down on his shoulders. In that very moment, he was not just a man standing before his bride. He was a part of something greater, a tale as old as time itself. But when Laban finally pulled back the veil, Jacob's heart plummeted. The woman before him was not Rachel, but her elder sister Leah, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. A gasp rippled through the crowd, a collective breath held in horror. The joyous songs turned to whispers, the laughter fading into a haunting silence. Jacob's world shattered, his dreams crumbling like dust in the wind. Confusion turned to anger, and anger to betrayal. How could Laban, his own uncle, have committed such a treachery? The faces of the guests morphed into a blur as Jacob's rage boiled within him, consuming every rational thought. Leah stood there, tears spilling down her cheeks, her heart breaking for the man who did not love her. In that cruel twist of fate, she became not just a woman jilted but a pawn in a game far beyond her control. Why, Laban? Why? Jacob's voice thundered, desperation lacing every word. You deceived me. You promised me Rachel. The pain in his voice reverberated through the air, a raw wound laid bare. With a calmness that belied the chaos around him, Laban replied, "It is not our custom to marry off the younger before the elder." His eyes sparkled with a cunning that sent chills coursing through Jacob's veins. It was a gamble, a cruel trick that shifted the balance of power, and Laban reveled in it. Jacob's mind raced as he processed the enormity of his uncle's betrayal. He had worked 7 years, hard, laborious years, for Rachel's love, and now he stood shackled to Leah, a woman he did not desire. The weight of the deception felt like chains around his heart, heavy and relentless. Love had turned to ash in his mouth, and the life he envisioned shattered like glass. In the days that followed, the wounds of deceit festered. Leah, willing and dutiful, tried to earn Jacob's affection, but he could not see past the anger and betrayal. Each night was a reminder of the wedding that had robbed him of his dreams. The soft glow of the moon through the tent flaps became a torment, a witness to the love he longed for but could not have. Yet in the shadows of despair, Rachel remained. She watched her sister and Jacob from a distance, a storm of emotions swirling within her. Jealousy, anger, and sorrow danced in her heart like fireflies at dusk. How could fate be so cruel? She had waited patiently, dreaming of the day she would join her love in union, only to have it snatched away by a veil of deception. Weeks turned into months, and the bond between Jacob and Leah grew tenuous, built on duty rather than love. The land around them thrived, but within Jacob's heart, a war raged. Every laugh shared over harvest dinners felt like a betrayal to Rachel, every moment spent with Leah a reminder of the love that had been taken from him. But Laban was not done. With each passing day, he tightened his grip, eager to keep Jacob entwined in his web of deceit. "Serve me another 7 years," he proposed one night, his voice smooth as honey, "and I will give you Rachel." The price was steep, but what choice did Jacob have? The longing for Rachel burned hotter than the sun itself, blinding him to the trap being laid. So, with a heavy heart and battered dreams, Jacob agreed. The years stretched out before him, a dark path filled with uncertainty. The veil of deception hung heavy in the air, a constant reminder of the love he lost and the one he was bound to. As the sun set over the horizon once again, casting long shadows over the land, a new chapter awaited. The tension thickened, emotions swirled like the wind, and the story twisted further into the unknown. The veil was not just a symbol of marriage. It had become a harbinger of fate, binding hearts in ways they could not foresee. In the silence that enveloped the night, the anticipation crackled, setting the stage for events that would change their lives forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the fields as Jacob stood at the entrance of his tent, heart pounding in his chest. He had been working tirelessly for 7 long years, laboring under the watchful eyes of Laban, his uncle, driven by the promise of love. Rachel, with her enchanting smile and gentle spirit, was the dream that had fueled his days, the fire that had kept him warm through the cold nights. But now, as the shadows stretched around him, A sense of dread began to creep in, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. The wedding night had arrived, and Jacob was filled with a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation. Laban had promised him Rachel, the woman he loved, but tradition often tangled with intention in ways that could turn dreams into nightmares. Jacob felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the stories whispered among the shepherds about Laban's cunning nature. He brushed aside the thoughts, convincing himself that love would prevail, that his bond with Rachel was worth any obstacle. The tent was adorned with beautiful fabrics and fragrant oils, an atmosphere crafted for celebration. Jacob's heart raced as he caught sight of his bride, veiled and radiant, the silhouette of her beauty igniting hope within him. The night sprawled ahead like a tapestry, woven with promises and desires. But as he stepped closer, the air grew heavy. Something felt wrong, though he couldn't quite place it. With every word of the wedding vows, the tension in the air thickened. Jacob's voice trembled slightly as he repeated his promises, but there was an unshakable feeling of uncertainty gnawing at him. He could sense the watchful eyes of Laban, the laughter of guests, the flickering candles casting eerie shadows as if they too were conspiring against him. When the ceremony concluded, joy erupted among the guests, but deep within Jacob, a storm brewed. As the night wore on and they retreated to the sanctity of their bed, excitement turned to confusion. The veil came off, and Jacob's heart dropped like a stone. The woman before him was not Rachel, but Leah, her elder sister. The realization struck him like lightning, a mixture of shock and betrayal sending tremors through his entire being. How could this happen? How had Laban deceived him so cruelly? Leah's eyes, so full of innocence and uncertainty, met his with a blend of hope and fear. She had always longed for love, and now she was the vessel of Jacob's heartache. He felt anger surge through him, a potent and raw emotion, but it was quickly swallowed by the suffocating weight of betrayal. The laughter of the wedding guests echoed in his ears, a haunting reminder of the joy that had been promised to him, now twisted into a nightmare. As Jacob grappled with the truth, he could hear Laban outside the tent, jovial and oblivious, reveling in the night's festivities. The world outside the fabric walls felt distant and surreal, yet Jacob was trapped in a personal hell. His dreams of love with Rachel were slipping through his fingers like grains of sand, replaced by the weight of obligation and familial duty. What had he done to deserve this fate? Fighting through a whirlwind of emotions, Jacob's thoughts spiraled. Was this a punishment for his own past choices? Had he wronged Leah in some unseen way? His heart ached for Rachel, the woman he had envisioned spending his life with, now lost to him in the shadows of deceit. The bitter taste of betrayal lingered, mixing with the sweet memories of promised love. Jacob's hands trembled as he looked at Leah, afraid of the pain that was etched in both their hearts. She was innocent in this web of deceit, but the reality was cruel. The marriage bond, once a symbol of love and unity, now felt like shackles binding his spirit. Despite this, Leah's presence stirred a deep sense of empathy within him. He could not ignore the tears pooling in her eyes, filled with the hope of acceptance, of love that she had longed for. "What have you done, Laban?" Jacob whispered, fury and despair entwining within him. Outside, the moon hung high, a silent witness to his turmoil. He could almost hear Laban's laughter blending with the whispers of deception, a reminder of the choices made in the name of love. Jacob's heart wrestled with the conflicting desires to confront Laban and the instinct to protect Leah from further pain. Each moment felt like an eternity, the weight of the night pressing down upon him. In the depths of his anguish, a flicker of hope remained for Rachel. The love he had for her was unwavering, and he realized that this could not be the end. But the path ahead was riddled with uncertainty. Could he confront Laban and demand the love that was rightfully his? Would he be able to navigate the tangled web of familial ties and traditions to find his true bride? As the night deepened, Jacob's resolve began to harden. Leah deserved kindness, even if their union was born out of deceit. The battle within him raged on, the desire for Rachel clashing with the empathy for Leah. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, reminding him that the dawn would come, bringing with it answers, confrontation, and the relentless pursuit of the love that had ignited his spirit. And so, with every breath, he fortified his spirit, readying himself for the inevitable confrontation with Laban. The night would not end in despair. Instead, it would ignite a fire within him, burning brighter with each passing moment. The path ahead was uncertain, but Jacob was determined to reclaim his dreams, no matter the cost. In the depths of his heart, hope began to flicker anew, a promise that this was only the beginning of a battle for love, destiny, and truth. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the small, weathered house where Leah had spent most of her life. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the sound of laughter coming from the backyard. Yet within the walls of that home, Leah felt the weight of her family's struggles pressing down on her like a heavy blanket. At just 12 years old, she was the oldest daughter, and with that title came a mountain of expectations. Every morning began with the same unyielding routine. Leah would wake before dawn, the soft chirping of birds barely audible over the constant hum of her thoughts. Her mother had taught her to rise early, to seize the day before it seized her. There were chores to complete, dishes to wash, clothes to mend, and the younger siblings to tend to. Each task felt like a piece of a puzzle, and Leah was determined to fit them all perfectly together, though the picture often seemed incomplete. Despite the demands on her, Leah possessed an inner strength that set her apart. The family's struggles were not merely financial. They were woven into the very fabric of their existence. Her father, once a proud farmer, had seen his crops fail year after year due to harsh weather and shifting market demands. The land that had sustained them for generations was now a battleground of disappointment. Leah understood that every penny earned meant another meal on the table, and that burden pressed heavily on her young shoulders. Her mother, Mary, tired from years of hard work and worry, often turned to Leah for support. At times, Leah watched the spark in her mother's eyes fade, replaced by a cloud of despair. It was in these moments that Leah stepped into the role of caretaker, offering words of comfort she had learned from old family tales. "We have each other, Mama," she would say, her small hand resting on her mother's shoulder. "As long as we stay together, we will find a way." But the struggle went beyond mere survival. The village was rife with gossip and judgment. Neighbors whispered behind closed doors, their voices seeping through the cracks in the walls. "Did you hear? The Carter family is struggling again. They were once proud, but look at them now." Leah felt the sting of those words like a thorn in her heart. She often found herself standing at the edge of their property, staring out at the fields, envisioning a brighter future. A day when her family would no longer have to worry about what tomorrow might bring. One brisk autumn afternoon, Leah's world shifted dramatically. Her father returned home, his face pale and drawn. He had been to the market, a place that echoed with laughter and life, but for him, it was a graveyard of dreams. "The land is failing us," he declared, his voice heavy with resignation. "We can't keep this up much longer." Leah's heart raced as she absorbed his words. She had always viewed him as a pillar of strength, but in that moment, he seemed to crumble before her eyes. Desperation ignited a fire in Leah's spirit. She gathered her siblings around the kitchen table that night, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "We need to help," she urged, her voice steady despite the chaos swirling inside her. "If we all pitch in, we can save the farm." Her siblings nodded, their eyes wide with determination, and Leah felt a swell of pride. They were young, but their hearts were fierce. They would stand together, come what may. In the weeks that followed, Leah transformed into a whirlwind of activity. She led her siblings in planting vegetables in a small garden behind the house, teaching them how to nurture the plants that could sustain them. Each seed they planted was a symbol of hope, a promise that they could overcome the trials they faced. Leah felt a connection to the land grow deeper, her fingers stained with earth and her spirit intertwined with the soil. But triumph was not without its trials. As winter approached, the cold winds howled like angry ghosts. Food became scarcer, and the family's laughter was often replaced by silence. Leah could sense the weight of worry pressing on her mother's shoulders more heavily than ever. Long nights were spent huddled together, sharing stories of resilience and courage passed down through generations. "Remember the winter of '32? Her father would say, his voice a warm blanket against the chill. "We survived then, and we will survive again." Leah clung to those stories, weaving them into a tapestry of hope that hung in her heart. She began to write. With each stroke of her pencil on parchment, she poured her emotions and dreams onto the pages. The ink became her lifeline, a way to articulate the struggles, dreams, and triumphs of her family. Each night, she would read her words aloud to her siblings, their eyes lighting up with every tale of courage and resilience. In those moments, Leah felt a sense of power, a spark that ignited a fire of determination in their hearts. As the frost began to thaw, so too did the despair that had settled around them. Leah discovered that the villagers, once distant, began to draw near. They came to help with the garden, sharing seeds and knowledge. The community, once a source of judgment, became a tapestry of support. It was a slow process, but Leah felt a shift in the air, a change that whispered promises of a new beginning. Yet, deep within her, Leah grappled with the weight of responsibility. The pressure to be the anchor for her family felt relentless. Each success glimmered like a star in the night sky, but the shadows of doubt lurked just beyond. Would they find a way to thrive, or would the trials of yesterday resurface, pulling them back into darkness? Even as dreams began to unfurl before them, Leah felt the delicate balance of hope and anxiety dance within. Would the warmth of those nurturing moments endure, or would the chill of fear seep back in? The future lay ahead like an open road, both promising and uncertain, waiting for Leah to take the next step. The question lingered, what would that step be, and how would it redefine her role not only in her family but in the world beyond their small home? In the quiet corners of the ancient household, where shadows lingered a moment longer than they should, Rachel felt a simmering ache twist tightly in her heart. Each day bled into the next, a relentless cycle of longing and despair that echoed in the hollow spaces of her life. The laughter of children, sweet, innocent, and pure, drifted through her window like a siren's call, reminding her of what she lacked. That laughter was a melody she could not join, a song that danced just out of reach. Rachel's sister, Leah, seemed to bask effortlessly in the light of motherhood. The sight of her sister cradling her own children was both a joy and a torment for Rachel. Leah's hands, once so familiar and comforting, had transformed into nurturing instruments, shaping the lives of her offspring, while Rachel's hands felt empty, like a vessel turned to stone. Every coo and giggle from the nursery was a reminder of the gnawing void inside her, a relentless whisper that taunted her with the question she could not escape. Why not me? Each morning, Rachel would rise before dawn's first light, her heart heavy with dreams unfulfilled. The household bustled around her, the scent of baking bread filling the air, but she felt more like an outsider in her own life, watching as others played their parts in a grand performance of family and love. She would linger by the window, half hoping to catch a glimpse of Leah's children playing in the sun, their small forms darting through the grass like wildflowers in bloom. But with each fleeting moment, jealousy twisted in her gut, a bitter taste rising in her throat. The roots of her yearning ran deep, tangled in the soil of her upbringing. In the ancient tales whispered by her mother, children were seen as blessings, gifts bestowed upon women of virtue. Rachel often replayed those stories in her mind, the images of mothers nurturing their young dancing vividly before her eyes. The legends spoke of women who could weave the fabric of destiny with their bare hands, shaping the future with the life they birthed. And here she was, a barren field surrounded by a vibrant forest, her potential buried beneath layers of sorrow and envy. As time wore on, Rachel's jealousy morphed into a raw, pulsating desire. She felt it clawing at her insides, a relentless beast that demanded attention. In the evenings, when the sun set and the sky blazed with colors, she would sit alone beneath the stars, surrendering to the weight of her emotions. The very constellations she once admired now felt like distant dreams mocking her. What does it take? She wondered, her heart pounding like a war drum. What must I do to feel that joy, to cradle a life of my own? Her husband, Jacob, was a kind man, his face lined with the wear of labor but shining with love. He would often find her in these moments of despair, his gentle touch a balm to her aching heart. "Rachel," he would whisper, "we will have children. In time it will be our turn." Yet his words, meant to comfort, only stoked the flames of her frustration. Each promise felt like a fragile thread stretched taut, ready to snap under the weight of her expectation. How much time would it take before her arms would finally be full? The nights grew longer, and Rachel's heartache began to twist into despair. She turned to desperate thoughts, pondering the ancient rituals and practices passed down through generations. She secretly sought the wisdom of old women who whispered about herbs, incantations, and the power of prayer. Each time she visited the sacred places where women gathered to invoke blessings, she clutched at her hopes like a lifeline. "Please," she would pray, her voice barely more than a whisper, "let it be my time." But with each passing month, hope would flutter away, leaving behind nothing but a bitter reminder of her inadequacy. The jealousy that had once merely simmered now roared like fire, consuming her thoughts and poisoning her dreams. She watched Leah's children grow, their laughter echoing like a taunt in her ears. With every milestone they reached, Rachel felt herself slipping further into a shadowy abyss, where light and joy were strangers. One fateful evening, as the moon cast a silvery glow across the landscape, Jacob returned home with exciting news. He had secured a new opportunity that promised prosperity. Rachel should have felt joy, but instead, a cold wave of resentment washed over her. "What good is wealth if I am still empty?" she snapped, the words spilling from her lips like venom. Jacob's brow furrowed in confusion and hurt, leaving Rachel feeling even more isolated in her turmoil. "Oh, Rachel," he said softly, his voice laced with concern. "I wish you could see what we have in front of us. Our time will come." For a brief moment, she saw the love in his eyes, a clear reflection of the bond they shared. But the ache within her remained, an insatiable hunger that would not be quelled. As days turned to weeks, the cycle of jealousy and yearning tightened its grip on Rachel's heart. Every glance at Leah's children felt like a dagger, each laugh a reminder of her own unfulfilled dreams. She was caught in a web, each strand woven from envy, longing, and an all-consuming desire. The world around her continued to move forward while she felt frozen, trapped in a moment that seemed to stretch endlessly. In the solitude of her thoughts, Rachel began to question everything: her worth, her identity, her place in the tapestry of life. What would it take to fill the chasm within her? The more she pondered, the more her jealousy metamorphosed into something darker, something that threatened to consume her entirely. The night would bring her no peace, just the ceaseless whispers of yearning that echoed in her heart. As she lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, it was as if the universe conspired against her. The wind rustled through the trees outside, a ghostly lullaby that seemed to mock her every want. "Am I to remain a mere spectator in this life?" she thought, tears streaming down her cheeks as despair settled in like an unwelcome guest. Then, one evening, as she watched Leah playing with her children, a spark ignited within her. What if she could turn this jealousy into something powerful, something transformative? What if she could harness this pain, channel it into a pursuit rather than a prison? Suddenly, the seeds of a new idea took root in her mind, and for the first time in months, the heaviness began to lift, if only slightly. But just as hope flickered back to life, Rachel was pulled back into the depths of her longing. The desire for children was a relentless tide, a force that would not be easily tamed. And as she wrestled with these conflicting emotions, the night loomed around her, heavy with promise and uncertainty, leaving her caught in an endless loop of dreams and despair, forever longing for what she could not have, yet unwilling to surrender to the void. The air was thick with tension as Leah's heart raced, each beat echoing against the mud-brick walls of her tent. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, its golden rays casting long shadows across the camp. This was no ordinary day. It was a day that would echo through generations. In this moment, Leah felt the weight of her longing, an ache sharp enough to cut through the mundane routine of her life. For years, she had watched her sister Rachel's beauty captivate Jacob, their husband. Rachel's laughter danced like music in the air, while Leah felt like a shadow, always lurking, always overlooked. But today was different. Today, Leah was filled with a fierce hope, a belief that her own worth might finally be recognized. As the day wore on, Leah's labor began, and the reality of her impending motherhood flooded her with a mix of joy and fear. She lay on the rough woven mat, sweat beading on her brow, her breath coming in short gasps. Each contraction was a wave crashing over her, powerful yet terrifying, bringing her to the brink of something wonderful. She could feel the life within her stirring, a child whose very existence could reshape her world. In the distance, Leah could hear the sounds of Jacob's laughter as he played with Rachel, his voice warm and inviting. It was a sound that had often pierced her heart, reminding her of the love that seemed forever out of reach. But today she had something to offer. Today, she could give Jacob a son, a legacy, a reason for him to look at her, to see her, not just as the unloved wife but as the mother of his firstborn. As the pain intensified, Leah gripped the edges of the mat, feeling the earth beneath her, grounding her in this most primal of experiences. The midwife, an older woman with kind eyes, guided her through the ebb and flow of labor. "Breathe, Leah, breathe," she coaxed, her voice steady like a rock in a storm. The rhythm of her words became a lifeline for Leah, anchoring her in the tumult of emotions swirling within. With each surge, Leah's thoughts flickered to the future. What would her son look like? Would he have dark hair like Jacob or bright eyes like Rachel? Would he be strong and brave, a leader among their people? The visions danced in her mind, compelling her forward, urging her to push through the pain. She could almost feel his tiny fingers curling around her own, and with that thought came a fierce determination. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Leah let out a cry that mingled with the sounds of the evening. The world outside faded away, leaving only her and the rhythm of life battling within her. Each contraction brought her closer, and with a final surge of strength, Leah felt a rush, a moment of clarity that cut through the haze of pain. Suddenly, there he was. The soft cry of a newborn filled the air, a sound that shattered the silence like a bolt of lightning. Leah's heart swelled as the midwife placed the tiny bundle into her trembling arms. "It's a boy," the midwife whispered, her voice carrying the weight of 1,000 blessings. Leah gazed down into the face of Reuben, her firstborn, the child who would change everything. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she traced the contours of his tiny face with trembling fingers. He was perfect, with a head full of dark hair and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. In that moment, all her fears, all her pain, melted away, replaced by a fierce love that burned brighter than the sun. But as joy enveloped her, a shadow crept in. Leah's heart ached not only for her son but for the love that he might seek from his father. Would Jacob's gaze turn from Rachel to her? Would this child be enough to bridge the chasm that had grown between them? Or would he only serve as a reminder of Leah's longing? The first night was filled with the gentle sound of Reuben's breaths, steady and reassuring. Leah cradled him close, marveling at the miracle of life she had brought into the world. She thought of the stories she would tell him, the lessons woven into the fabric of their people. But beneath the surface, doubts bubbled like a hidden current. Would her son grow up to know the warmth of his mother's love? Or would he, too, feel the pangs of favoritism, forever caught in the pull between Leah and Rachel? As night deepened, the camp settled into an uneasy quiet, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Leah could hear the distant sounds of the other families, laughter mingling with the cries of children. But in her tent, she felt alone, a bittersweet silence wrapping around her like a shroud. The love she felt for Reuben was fierce, yet it was laced with the fear that he, too, might be drawn to the beauty of Rachel, the woman who had always been the star in Jacob's sky. In the stillness, Leah made a silent vow to her son. She would do everything in her power to ensure he knew he was cherished, that he was not just a symbol of her longing, but a beacon of hope for the future. She whispered sweet promises to him, each word carrying the weight of her heart. "You are my first, my beloved Reuben. You will be strong, you will lead, and you will know love." The stars twinkled above, distant and indifferent to the turmoil of Leah's heart. Outside, the world continued to turn, but within her, the tides were shifting. The birth of Reuben was not just a moment in time. It was a turning point, a spark igniting the complex dance of rivalry and love that would unfold in the days to come. The echoes of his first cries would linger long after the night had passed, resonating with the promise of a future yet unwritten, a story that was only just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the tents clustered around the encampment. The air was thick with the scent of dust and the distant bleating of sheep. In the small, humble tent belonging to Leah, a woman's labor pains echoed like thunder, urgent and raw. Each contraction pulled at her spirit, thrusting her into both anticipation and dread. Her heart raced, not just with the pain, but with the hope that this child would be different, that this child would bring her the love and recognition she so desperately craved. Leah glanced towards the entrance of the tent, where the flickering light of the fire danced shadows on the fabric walls. She could hear the whispers of her sister Rachel outside, her beauty and grace a constant reminder of Leah's own perceived inadequacies. The bitter taste of envy mingled with her pain. Rachel had borne Jacob's favor, yet Leah had given him the firstborn son, Reuben. Now, she longed to add another name to the list, to prove her worth in a world that measured love in the number of sons a woman produced. As the waves of pain crashed over her, Leah gritted her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel the presence of her midwife, a sturdy woman with hands that had delivered many children, offering silent support beside her. "Breathe, Leah," the midwife urged gently, her voice a soothing balm amidst the chaos. Leah's breaths came in sharp bursts, and with each one, she reminded herself of the weight of her hopes. "God has seen my misery," Leah whispered fervently, her prayer mingling with her cries. She remembered the shadow of her father, Laban, and the way he had bargained her into marriage with Jacob. She recalled the way Jacob's eyes lit up at Rachel's laughter and how her own heart had shrunk in the shadow of her sister's beauty. This child, however, would be her triumph, her moment to shine. Pain wrapped around her like a wild vine, but within it was another feeling, a spark of strength blossoming. Leah clenched her jaw, fighting against the agony. She sensed the child within her, strong and determined, pushing against the bonds of flesh, demanding to be born. "Just a little longer," she murmured, as if coaxing both the child and herself through the ordeal. The midwife's weathered hands guided Leah with tender care, bringing her back to focus. "You're close, my dear. With every breath, you're bringing him into this world." Leah's heart quickened at the thought. Him. The weight of that word bore down on her, as if the universe was holding its breath along with her. In a moment of intense clarity, Leah's thoughts turned to her dreams. She imagined a little boy, bright-eyed and full of laughter, running through the fields, a reflection of her own heart. Perhaps he would bear the strength of Jacob, the kindness of Reuben, and the fierce loyalty of his mother. She could almost see him, his tiny fingers wrapping around her own, his first cry breaking the stillness of the night. Then, in an instant, it was upon her. The pain morphed into a force that felt both terrifying and awe-inspiring. She could hear the midwife encouraging her, the urgency in her voice rising above everything else. "Push, Leah, push!" And with that command, Leah summoned all her strength. The world outside faded. Time itself seemed to stretch and bend as she pushed. Sweat glistened on her brow, each droplet a testament to her struggle and her resolve. Leah's breath came in ragged gasps, her body a battleground of torment and hope. She thought of Jacob's smile, fleeting yet etched in her memory, and the love she yearned for. Then, a cry broke free from the silence, a robust sound that filled the air like the first rain after a long drought. Leah collapsed back against the soft bedding, breaths heaving as the midwife placed the child in her arms. The warmth of him was a miracle, a testament to her strength. She gazed into the tiny face, marveling at the way his eyes were already wide open, as if he had come into the world fully aware of all it had to offer. "Simeon," she whispered, the name a sweet melody on her lips, a name that carried the weight of her struggles and triumphs. "Because the Lord has heard that I am unloved." Her heart swelled with pride and love, a bittersweet concoction that coursed through her veins. This was her son. This was her victory. But the moment was tinged with the sharp edges of reality. As Simeon squirmed in her arms, Leah's heart clenched once more at the thought of Rachel. Would this son truly change anything? Would Jacob's love shift in her direction, or would Rachel's beauty continue to eclipse her worth? The fleeting shadows of doubt loomed, threatening to snuff out the light of her triumph. Simeon cooed softly, a sound that filled the tent with an unexpected warmth. Leah's heart fluttered, her fears momentarily quieted by the gentle weight of her newborn son. "You are my gift, my reason," she murmured, as she cradled him against her chest. Each breath he took was a promise, a silent vow that they would face the world together. But just as quickly as joy filled her heart, she felt the pang of jealousy again, creeping back like an unwelcome intruder. Outside, she could hear Rachel laughing, her voice light and airy like a dove. Leah's heart twisted painfully. Simeon was here, yet the battle for Jacob's love still loomed large. Would she always remain in Rachel's shadow, even as she bore the children destined to shape their lineage? The tension within her rose, mingling with the burgeoning love for her son. Would he bear the burden of her struggles, or would he break free and carve his own path? Leah pressed her lips together, determination igniting within her once more. She would raise Simeon to be strong, compassionate, a true reflection of the heart that had fought so hard to bring him into this world. The shadows outside danced wildly, and the sounds of the camp continued. Laughter, shouts, the rustle of movement. Leah felt the pull of those sounds, the tug of family and heartache. But in this moment, it was just her and Simeon, bonded by the raw power of birth. As she looked down at her son, she understood that this was only another chapter in her story, one that would lead her into the next tumultuous turn of fate. With each passing moment, the air in the tent felt charged with possibility. The space between Leah's hopes and fears pulsed, alive and electric, whispering that the true journey for her and her son had only just begun. The air was thick with anticipation, and the scent of earth and sweat mingled with the distant cries of livestock. It was a time of harsh realities and raw emotions, where every heartbeat felt like a story waiting to unfold. Leah, the matriarch of this humble encampment, stood at the precipice of hope and despair. She felt the familiar pangs of labor tightening around her, a relentless rhythm echoing the struggle of her very existence. In the small, dimly lit tent, the flickering shadows danced on the walls, casting eerie shapes that twisted like her thoughts. She had borne 2 sons already, but still, a heavy weight settled in her chest. Each birth had been a battle, a fierce fight for love and recognition in a world where she felt her worth was tied to the number of boys she could bear. Her heart ached with the knowledge that her husband Jacob's affections seemed forever anchored to her sister, Rachel, the woman with beauty that turned heads and a heart that seemed to hold all the treasures of their family. But today was different. Today, she could sense something profound stirring within her, a promise whispering through the pain. As the contractions tightened, her resolve strengthened. "Please, let this child be a son," she murmured through clenched teeth, her voice barely a breath. Her thoughts raced ahead, imagining how a 3rd son could shift the tides of Jacob's attention, could finally bring her the love she craved. Outside, the world continued its rhythm. The rustle of leaves, the lowing of cattle, the laughter of children playing. But inside the tent, time had all but stopped. Leah, sweating and gasping, gripped the rough fabric of the tent, feeling each wave of pain surge through her. Her breaths were quick and shallow, punctured by cries of distress, mixing with the whispers of midwives who flitted around her like moths to a flame, their faces set with determination and care. "Just one more push, Leah. You are strong. One of them urged, her voice soothing as if it could mend the cracks in Leah's heart. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Leah's body responded. She could feel the life within her moving, a fierce, unyielding force that demanded to be born. It was a battle of wills, her body against the pain, her heart against the fear of not being enough. With a mighty cry, a cry that echoed through the very fabric of her being, she pushed with all her might. Moments stretched into eternity, and then, like the breaking of dawn, a new life emerged. The midwives gasped, and Leah felt an overwhelming rush of warmth flood her senses. The cries of a newborn filled the tent, rich and vibrant, cutting through the tension like a knife. A son, a tiny miracle wrapped in the softness of new beginnings. Levi, Leah whispered, the name rolling off her tongue like a blessing. It was as if the very sound echoed through her soul, a promise of what was to come. She cradled the baby against her chest, feeling the warmth radiate from him, a perfect little being who seemed to embody her hopes and dreams. But even in that moment of joy, a shadow lingered, the fear that this child, too, might not be enough to win Jacob's heart. The thought weighed heavy, tugging at her heartstrings as she gazed down into the face of her son, Levi. In that name, she wrapped her love and her fears, hoping that he would be the bridge that connected her to the love she so desperately sought. As she looked up, there stood Jacob, his face a mixture of exhaustion and wonder. The sight of him stirred a tempest within her. She wanted to reach out, to call him to her, to share in this moment of joy, but the uncertainty of his feelings held her back. What if he looked upon their son with indifference? What if he loved Rachel's children more? Jacob stepped closer, and Leah's breath caught in her throat. His eyes softened as he gazed at Levi, and in that instant, Leah felt a flicker of hope. "A son," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Levi, the name hung in the air, heavy and full of promise. For a moment, the world outside faded away. It was just Jacob, Leah, and their newborn son. The walls of the tent seemed to fold around them, creating a sanctuary just for their family. But in the blink of an eye, reality intruded as the cries of Rachel's children echoed nearby, a reminder of the rivalry that danced just beneath the surface of their lives. Leah's heart sank, the elation of giving birth intertwined with the sharp pang of jealousy. She wanted to shout, to claim her place, to tell Jacob that this boy was not just another child, but a beacon of a love that had been denied to her for so long. Yet fear kept her silent, a prisoner of her own heart. The midwives busied themselves cleaning the baby, wrapping him in swaddling cloth, but Leah's gaze remained fixed on Jacob. Would he finally see her? Would Levi be the one to bring them closer? As he reached out, his fingers brushing against the soft skin of Levi's cheek, Leah felt a rush of warmth flood her. Yet, the knot in her stomach twisted tighter. The bond she yearned for was still so fragile, so easily broken. She could see it in Jacob's eyes, the flicker of admiration mixed with the weight of his obligations to Rachel. Would Levi be a source of love, or merely another thread in the tangled fabric of their lives? The tension hung thick in the air, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays through the tent flap, Leah understood that this was just the beginning. The birth of Levi was more than a moment. It was a turning point, a new chapter that would weave their lives together in ways they could never fathom. And so, as they cradled their son, the delicate balance of love, rivalry, and hope hung precariously, whispering of the trials and triumphs yet to come, beckoning them all into a future laden with both promise and uncertainty. The air was thick with expectation, a tension that seemed to pulse through the very fabric of the tent. Leah, her brow slick with perspiration, leaned against the rough-hewn walls, her breaths coming in rapid, shallow gasps. The flickering light of the oil lamp danced around her, casting shadows that mirrored the turmoil within her heart. She could feel the weight of her dreams pressing down upon her, a longing to be loved, to be seen, to be worthy in the eyes of her husband Jacob. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, painting the landscape in hues of gold and crimson. But inside the tent, time stretched and warped. It was more than just the anticipation of childbirth. It was the culmination of years of rivalry and heartache. Leah's three other sons, Reuben, Simeon, and Levi, had been her hope, but they had not filled the void in Jacob's affections, which still seemed to belong to her sister, Rachel. Each child she bore was not just a gift but a desperate bid for love, a plea for recognition. As the pain surged through her, Leah's mind raced. Would this fourth child finally be enough? Would it bring Jacob's gaze back to her, shining with pride and love? Every contraction felt like a battle, a fierce struggle between despair and hope. She could hear the distant sounds of the camp, the laughter of children, the calls of shepherds, all blending into a symphony that felt both foreign and painfully familiar. In that moment of agony, each sound twisted the knife of loneliness deeper into her heart. "Jacob!" she called out, her voice laced with urgency. But the night was still, the world outside oblivious to her plight. Suddenly, the pain intensified, crashing over her like waves against a rocky shore. Desperation clawed at her throat, and she knew she needed to summon strength she wasn't sure she had. She was a woman shaped by her suffering, hardened by the need to bear her husband's legacy. With a fierce resolve, Leah drew in a shaky breath, her grip tightening around the coarse fabric of her tunic. "This will be different," she whispered to herself. "This child will be the one." The thought ignited a flame within her, pushing her forward into the storm of labor. The minutes stretched into an eternity, and each moment seemed to echo Leah's doubts. Would her child be a boy? Would it be enough to change Jacob's heart? The thought of another girl, another disappointment, sent a shiver down her spine. But through the pain, she felt something else. A strange sense of power beginning to rise within her. This child was hers, an extension of her very being, and she would not let fear steal this moment. Outside, the shadows lengthened, mingling with the whispers of the night. It was a wild night, filled with the rustle of leaves and the soft crooning of distant animals. Beneath it all, Leah's heart raced with the cadence of hope and fear, an unbreakable rhythm that matched the rise and fall of her pain. With every contraction, she could feel the presence of her ancestors surrounding her. A lineage of women who had given life against all odds, each one echoing her strength. Just then, a new wave of pain surged through her, more intense than any before. It was a force that demanded her full attention, pulling her deeper into the experience. Leah's body was a battleground, but in that moment, she felt a fierce determination. She pushed. Her world narrowed to the singular act of bringing forth life, the reward of her suffering glimmering just beyond the horizon. And then, in a moment that felt like both an eternity and the briefest instant, the cries of a newborn shattered the silence of the tent. Leah's heart soared, a mix of relief and triumph flooding through her. "It's a boy!" she gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks, an outpouring of joy mingling with the remnants of her pain. The weight of the world felt lighter. The burden she had carried for so long momentarily lifted. She cradled the tiny form against her chest, feeling the warmth of his body, the rapid beating of his heart. "Judah," she whispered, the name flowing like a sacred promise from her lips. With that name came a sense of completeness, a resolution woven into the fabric of her being. Judah, the one who would praise, the one who would carry her spirit into the future. He was the answer to her prayers. But even in her joy, a flicker of anxiety loomed. Would Jacob love him? Would he see this child as more than just another son? A wave of doubt washed over her, but as she looked down at Judah, she felt a surge of fierce protection. This child would be different. He would be a bridge, uniting her shattered heart with the hope of a new beginning. Outside, the world moved on, the stars beginning to twinkle in the twilight sky, each one a silent witness to her moment of triumph. Yet as she held Judah close, Leah could not shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The cries of her newborn echoed in the tent, but in the distance, Leah could sense the stirrings of something else. A shift in the winds of her life, an unraveling of the complexities that had bound her for so long. She knew that the birth of Judah was not just a personal victory. It was the start of something profound, a destiny that would ripple through generations. With Judah nestled in her arms, Leah couldn't help but feel the weight of expectation pressing down yet again. This child, this moment, would echo through the ages, intertwining their fates in ways she could not yet comprehend. As the light shifted outside, casting long shadows across the ground, Leah sat in the glow of her newfound hope, ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that her heart now beat in rhythm with Judah's, a bond forged in love, longing, and a fierce will to be recognized. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dusty ground of Haran. Rachel's heart raced as she watched Jacob, his strong arms working tirelessly to tend to the flocks. She longed for him, and with every glance, her yearning deepened. Yet, as the days turned to weeks, the bitter pang of envy twisted in her gut like a serpent. Leah, her sister, already bore Jacob children, while Rachel remained empty-handed, her womb silent and barren. The very air crackled with tension in the tent, suffocating her dreams. The sounds of laughter from nearby tents echoed like cruel taunts, reminding Rachel of her failure. "How can I compete?" she whispered into the quiet space, a chasm of despair opening beneath her. Her fingers traced the intricate patterns of the woven fabric as if they could somehow weave a solution to her plight. One evening, after another fruitless day, Rachel sat in the dim light, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She clutched a small, delicate bracelet that Jacob had given her, a symbol of love now overshadowed by her desperation. Her heart raced as an idea struck her, a spark of hope amidst the darkness. Bilhah, her maidservant, had always been loyal. What if she could give Jacob children through Bilhah? It was a tradition, a custom that had grown roots in the lives of their ancestors, and though it felt strange to consider, Rachel clung to the possibility like a lifeline. "Bilhah," Rachel called softly, her voice shaking. The young woman stepped into the tent, her eyes wide with curiosity. Rachel's heart thudded as she explained her plan. Bilhah's face turned pale, and for a moment, Rachel feared she would refuse. Yet, after a long silence, Bilhah nodded, her understanding unspoken yet profound. "Do it," Rachel urged, her voice a mixture of desperation and determination. "Bear the children I cannot." The weight of the words hung in the air, charged with emotion. Bilhah hesitated only for a moment before stepping closer, her resolve strengthening in the face of Rachel's pain. That night, Rachel lay beside Jacob, her heart pounding as she watched him drift into sleep. She felt like a thief, stealing a chance for motherhood from Bilhah, yet she couldn't suppress the flicker of hope igniting within her. A future filled with laughter and the pitter-patter of little feet danced in her mind, teasing her with possibility. Days turned into weeks, and soon, the news that Rachel had longed for swept through the camp like a wildfire. Bilhah was with child. The news ignited a mix of celebration and jealousy in Rachel's heart. As she watched Jacob revel in the joy of impending fatherhood, Rachel's own heart sank further into the shadows. Once again, her dreams seemed just out of reach, and each passing day felt like an eternity. When the day arrived, the air was thick with anticipation. Bilhah's labor was swift, and Rachel paced anxiously outside the tent, her heart thudding in her chest like a wild drum. The cries of a newborn pierced the stillness, and in that moment, Rachel felt a rush of emotions: joy, relief, and an ache that twisted in the depths of her soul. As Bilhah emerged cradling a child, Rachel's breath caught. The baby was perfect, a tiny reflection of hope, and Rachel felt a flood of warmth rush over her. "His name shall be Dan," Jacob declared, his voice booming with pride. Rachel's heart swelled and broke in the same breath. Dan was born from the seed of her love, yet she remained on the fringes of his life, a spectator in a world she desperately wanted to be part of. The tent echoed with laughter, but Rachel felt the weight of the moment settle heavily on her shoulders. Days passed, and soon Bilhah bore another son. Naphtali, Jacob announced, his joy infectious. Rachel clapped along with the others, yet her heart felt heavier still. 2 sons for Bilhah, while she remained barren. The tension in Rachel's chest tightened like a noose. She couldn't escape the swirling storm of emotions that raged within her. One evening, Unable to bear the weight of her own heartache any longer, Rachel sought out Bilhah. The maidservant was seated by the fire, a serene smile lighting her face as she held little Naphtali. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. "You've given me what I wanted, and yet," her voice faltered. Bilhah looked up, sensing the storm within Rachel. "You have given me a purpose, Rachel," she replied softly, her eyes filled with understanding. "You are my mistress, and I will always be here to support you." Rachel felt a different kind of desperation clawing at her insides. The relief in Bilhah's voice was a bittersweet reminder of what she still longed for. "I want to give Jacob something of my own," Rachel confessed, her voice trembling. "I want to feel life inside me, to know the joy of motherhood firsthand." Bilhah reached out, squeezing Rachel's hand in solidarity. "Perhaps one day your time will come." Yet, deep down, Rachel felt the gnawing fear that her time might never arrive. As the stars twinkled above, casting their glow upon the valley, Rachel's heart was a battlefield, a war between hope and despair. The laughter of children rang in her ears, a haunting melody that reminded her of what she lacked. Her longing for a child grew into an unbearable weight, suffocating any semblance of peace she had found. One night, as Rachel gazed into the flickering flames, a sudden resolve surged through her. She would not let this time pass without fighting for her dreams. The flicker of hope ignited once more, and with it came a sense of purpose. She had to do something. The very air seemed to thrum with her determination, and she felt herself standing at the precipice of a decision that could change everything. "Jacob," she whispered into the night, a plea in her heart. But deep down, she knew that this was a battle she must fight alone. Rachel was ready to face whatever came next, driven by a desire that could no longer be contained. The cycle of motherhood would not end with Bilhah. It would continue with her. The horizon shimmered with the promise of a new dawn, and the tension in Rachel's heart swelled once again. What would she do to claim her rightful place? What lengths would she go to fulfill the longing that consumed her? The answers danced just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly far, as Rachel prepared to step into the unknown, ready to fight for the child she so desperately desired. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickles at the back of your neck and stirs a restlessness in your soul. Rachel paced in her tent, her heart pounding with hope and despair tangled together in a relentless dance. Outside, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden light on the encampment of Jacob and his family. The lively chatter of children and the soft bleating of goats faded into the background, overshadowed by the storm in Rachel's heart. For years, she had watched as her sister Leah bore child after child, each birth a reminder of her own emptiness. Each laugh from Leah's children felt like a dagger to her heart, sharp and unforgiving. Rachel longed to cradle a child in her arms, to feel the warmth and love that only motherhood could bring. Yet the gods seemed distant, their favor elusive. Then came the pivotal moment when Rachel, desperate and determined, turned to her maid Bilhah. "Go," she commanded, her voice steady despite the tumult of emotions swirling within her. "Bear me a child, and I will claim him as my own." Bilhah's eyes widened with understanding and a flicker of fear. It was a bold act, one that would alter the course of their lives forever. As the sun set beyond the horizon, the heavens seemed to respond to Rachel's fervent prayers. Bilhah surrendered to the call of motherhood, and soon, the cries of a newborn shattered the stillness of the night. Time slowed as Rachel rushed to her side, her heart racing with a mixture of dread and excitement. "Dan." The name burst forth from Rachel's lips, a declaration of triumph and yearning, echoing through the tent like a soft chant. In that moment, the sorrows she had carried for so long began to lift. She held Dan close, the tiny body wriggling in her arms, and she could feel the warmth radiating from him. A wave of profound love washed over Rachel, enveloping her like a warm embrace. But the joy was bittersweet. Rachel's heart ached for the bond that Leah had shared with her own children, the sacred connection that felt just out of reach. She glanced at Bilhah, who sat exhausted but smiling, her own heart swelling with the pride of motherhood. Rachel could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Would Dan ever truly feel like her son? Or would he always be a reminder of her struggle? The days that followed were a whirlwind of emotions. Rachel cradled Dan tightly, whispering hopes and dreams into his tiny ears. The camp became a tapestry of life, woven with the threads of laughter and cries, of love and rivalry. Leah watched from a distance, a mixture of admiration and resentment simmering beneath the surface. She had given Jacob 4 sons, and now Rachel had claimed one for herself through Bilhah. The balance of power had shifted ever so slightly, and Leah felt it keenly. In the quiet moments, Rachel found herself lost in thought, reflecting on the extraordinary lengths she had gone to secure her place in Jacob's heart. She dreamed of a day when Dan would grow strong and brave, a warrior who would carry her name forward. But doubt lingered like a shadow. Would Jacob love him as fiercely as he loved Leah's children? Would Dan ever feel the weight of their family's complex legacy? As night fell once more, the stars sparkled above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Rachel stood outside the tent, cradling Dan against her chest, feeling the gentle rhythm of his heartbeat. She inhaled the cool night air, tasting the sweetness of newfound hope mingled with the salt of her fears. The world around her felt larger than life, filled with untold possibilities. Suddenly, a distant sound broke through the tranquil silence. A loud shout, followed by the ruckus of men and animals in distress. Panic gripped Rachel's heart. She turned, instinctively shielding Dan with her body as she rushed back into the tent. The atmosphere shifted from warmth to anxiety, the darkness seeming to close in around them. Jacob emerged from the shadows, his face taut with worry. "Rachel, we are under attack." His voice was urgent, and Rachel felt the icy grip of fear clutch at her throat. Her mind raced. The safety of her child was paramount. "Bilhah!" she called, her voice rising above the chaos. Bilhah hurried to Rachel's side, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Together, they prepared for whatever lay ahead, the bond of motherhood igniting their strength. As the tension escalated, the camp became a flurry of movement. Warriors gathered, weapons in hand, ready to defend their family. Rachel's heart pounded in her chest as she watched Jacob rally his sons, each one embodying the fierce spirit of their father. She clutched Dan tighter, praying silently for protection. The sounds of clashing swords and battle cries filled the air, drowning out the night's tranquility. Rachel's mind spiraled with thoughts of what might happen. Would Jacob return to her? Would she see her son grow? These questions echoed in her mind, battling against the instinct to remain strong for Dan. In the midst of chaos, Rachel's heart swelled with an unyielding resolve. She was a mother now, fierce and unwavering. She would not let the storm of battle steal her joy or her son's future. As the conflict raged on, she stood tall, her spirit ignited by the love she had for Dan. With the night stretching endlessly, the echoes of battle surged, reflecting the turmoil in Rachel's heart. The world outside was fraught with danger, yet within her, a new strength blossomed, a mother's fierce devotion that could not be extinguished. As she held Dan close, the swirling emotions of love, fear, and determination became one. The coming dawn promised challenges, but with her son by her side, Rachel felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. The story was far from over. It was merely beginning, and the threads of fate continued to weave an intricate tapestry, bound by love and the fierce will to survive. The air in the tent was thick with anticipation, a tension that could almost be tasted. Rachel, her heart pounding, felt the weight of her unfulfilled desire pressing down on her. For years, she had watched her sister Leah bear child after child, each birth a sharp reminder of her own barrenness. Her eyes flickered to Bilhah, the young maidservant who had been entrusted to her, a flicker of hope igniting within her. In that moment, the quiet rustling of the cloth around them seemed to echo the whisper of destiny. As the twilight cast shadows across the camp, Rachel's yearning grew more fierce. The stars, bright and unwavering, seemed to mock her plight. She cried out, her voice raw with emotion, "Give me children or I die." It was a desperate plea, one that resonated deep within the very fabric of who she was. From the corner of her eye, she saw Bilhah, waiting, poised to answer her call. It was an arrangement born out of necessity, a chance for Rachel to finally claim the motherhood she so desperately craved. Bilhah's heart raced as she approached Rachel, the weight of the moment settling upon her. She understood the depth of Rachel's pain, the fierce love that swirled in her heart. With trembling hands, she took Rachel's hand, feeling the warmth pulse through them like a lifeline. "I will bear a child for you," she promised, her voice steady despite the tempest of emotions raging inside her. Days turned into weeks as the cycles of the moon passed overhead, each one carrying Rachel's hope and fear in its wake. The scent of the earth, mixed with the smoke of evening fires, became a backdrop to her anxious prayers. Would this finally be the moment she had longed for? Would the sound of a baby's cry fill the tent, banishing the silence that had ruled for far too long? And then it happened. The night was darker than ever, the stars obscured by a heavy shroud of clouds. Rachel clutched Bilhah's hands, feeling her pulse quicken in response to the labor that gripped her. The air was thick with urgency, a breathless tension that wrapped itself around them both. Bilhah's groans echoed softly as she fought through each contraction, each wave of pain drawing them both closer to the life that was about to emerge. "Push, Bilhah. You can do it." Rachel's voice was both a command and a prayer, a mixture of fear and fierce determination. They had woven this path together, and now it was time to see it through. Bilhah's brow glistened with sweat, her body straining against the pressure. Rachel could see the moments of doubt cross her face, but she held on, anchoring her friend's spirit with her own fierce hope. With a final cry that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them, Bilhah brought forth Naphtali. A wail filled the air, raw and powerful, a sound that shattered the silence like glass. Rachel's heart soared, her tears flowing freely as she cradled the small form in her arms. Naphtali was here, a precious gift born of their shared strength, the promise of a new beginning. But amid the joy, shadows lingered, whispering doubts and fears that had yet to be quelled. Would this child be enough to fulfill Rachel's longing? Would she find the acceptance she so desperately sought? As Naphtali's tiny fingers wrapped around her own, Rachel felt the weight of her hopes and dreams pressing against her chest. She cradled him closer, inhaling the sweet scent of life. But even in this moment of bliss, questions loomed like storm clouds overhead. Bilhah collapsed back against the cushions, her breath coming in short gasps, a mixture of exhaustion and elation clouding her eyes. "He is beautiful, Rachel," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Yet even as she spoke, Rachel sensed an undercurrent of uncertainty in Bilhah's voice, a vulnerability that echoed her own. They had crossed a threshold together, but the path ahead was fraught with challenges and uncharted territory. Days turned into weeks, and Naphtali's cries filled the tent, a melody of life that brought laughter even in the depths of Rachel's insecurities. Yet, with each passing day, the shadows of envy and rivalry between Rachel and Leah began to stir again. Leah had seen her sister's triumph and felt the pangs of her own heart, a fierce reminder that her own children, though loved, were not the only threads in this tapestry of motherhood. As Rachel watched Naphtali grow, she felt the bittersweet sting of Leah's eyes upon her, a silent competition igniting the air between them. Each moment of joy felt like a challenge, a reminder of the years lost to longing. The bond they shared as sisters was being tested, the flames of rivalry threatening to consume the fragile peace they had built. In the stillness of night, Rachel lay awake, Naphtali cradled against her chest. She could hear the distant sounds of the camp settling into sleep, the soft rustle of goats and the gentle murmur of the wind. But her heart was restless, a turmoil of emotions swirling within her. What had she sacrificed for this moment? The bond with Bilhah, the depth of her relationship with Leah. It all felt precarious, teetering on the edge of something vast and unknown. As the moonlight spilled into the tent, illuminating the soft features of her baby, Rachel felt the flicker of something deeper stirring within her. Naphtali was not just a child. He was a testament to her struggle, a symbol of resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. And yet, With each coo and cooing sound he made, she felt the weight of expectations bearing down, not just from herself but from the world around her. The dawn broke with a hush, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the fabric, casting golden shadows that danced across the tent. Rachel knew that her journey was far from over. The birth of Naphtali had ignited a fire within her, but with it came the realization that the path ahead would require not just strength but wisdom, compassion, and an unyielding spirit to face the battles that lay ahead. The echoes of the past would not easily fade, and the intricate web of love and rivalry intertwined would continue to shape the lives of their family in ways they could barely begin to comprehend. Leah stood in the dim light of her tent, the scent of the earth mingling with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the camp of her husband Jacob's ever-growing family. With each passing day, a new layer of complexity unfolded in her life. The laughter of children echoed around her, but her heart felt heavy, burdened by her own struggles and the yearning that seemed to gnaw at her very soul. Leah had always been aware of the whispers that surrounded her. Her sister Rachel, with her striking beauty and undeniable charm, had captured Jacob's heart long before Leah could stake her claim. Each time her husband's gaze lingered on Rachel, Leah felt a piercing throb in her chest. It was a wound that wouldn't heal, a reminder of the love she longed for yet could not fully possess. She had given him sons, strong and healthy boys, yet still the shadows of doubt loomed over her, shrouding her in insecurity. In a moment of desperation, Leah turned to Zilpah, her maidservant, a woman who had her own burden to bear. Zilpah was not just a servant. She was a companion, a confidant, and now, she would become a vessel for Leah's hopes. The thought of handing Zilpah over to Jacob stirred a tempest of emotions within Leah. It felt like a betrayal, yet it was also a chance. An opportunity to provide Jacob with more children, to ensure her place in his heart. The inner conflict twisted her stomach, leaving her breathless. As she summoned Zilpah to her side, Leah felt the weight of her decision. "Go to Jacob," she instructed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Bear him a son." Leah watched as Zilpah's eyes widened, caught off guard by the request that held so much power. The servant's face was a mask of confusion, reflecting Leah's own tumultuous feelings. But hidden within that confusion was a flicker of understanding. Zilpah knew the hope Leah clung to with desperate fingers. The night fell heavy, and Leah could hardly sleep. Her mind was a cacophony of thoughts. Would Rachel perceive this as a betrayal? Would Jacob turn his affections toward Zilpah? The very thought made her stomach churn. But the raw, aching desire to be loved, truly loved by Jacob, propelled her forward. She longed to be seen, not just as a woman bearing children, but as Leah, the one with hopes, dreams, and aspirations beyond the confines of her tent. When Zilpah bore Jacob a son, Leah felt an elation she hadn't anticipated. The child was named Gad, a name that meant good fortune. Leah's heart swelled. This was not just a son for Jacob, but a validation of her own worth. Yet, beneath the surface of her joy, a creeping bitterness threatened to spiral out of control. Would Gad be loved as her sons were? Would he take the place she had envisioned for herself in Jacob's heart? As the days turned into weeks, Zilpah bore another child, and Leah named him Asher, which meant happy. Laughter echoed through the camp as Leah celebrated her newfound fortune. Yet the shadows loomed larger still. Rachel's jealousy flared, and with it, the tension in the camp became palpable. The once harmonious laughter turned into whispers of rivalry and competition, a potent cocktail of emotions that swirled around Leah, leaving her gasping for breath. In the quiet of the night, when the camp was hushed, Leah would often find herself staring into the darkness, grappling with her heart's tumultuous emotions. She would close her eyes tightly, as if sheer will could erase the pain of feeling overshadowed. She loved her sons dearly, but the specter of Rachel loomed, a reminder of everything Leah felt she had lost. The love she craved from Jacob felt more elusive than ever. Amidst the chaos, an unexpected warmth filled her heart when she saw Zilpah with the boys, her nurturing spirit evident. Zilpah was not just a servant. She had become a mother to them as well. Leah felt a strange camaraderie with the woman who bore her sons and the weight of her own burdens. The bond they shared was complex, woven together by threads of love, jealousy, and sacrifice. It was a bittersweet connection that both comforted and tormented Leah. One evening, as the stars twinkled in the inky sky, Leah gathered her sons and called for Zilpah. Her heart raced with uncertainty as she spoke. "We are a family, bound together by love, pain, and the choices we make. Let us cherish each other, for in this world, we are stronger united." She could feel the weight of her words settling around them, a fragile peace that glimmered like the stars above. But peace was not destined to linger. The days passed with a flurry of emotions, and Rachel's bitterness simmered, threatening to boil over. Leah watched as Rachel's jealousy transformed into bitterness, and the once sweet air of family turned sour. The camp felt charged with unspoken words, as if the very earth held its breath, waiting for a storm to break. Suddenly, arguments erupted, and tensions flared like wildfire. Leah's heart raced as she stood between Rachel and Zilpah, her voice trembling as she tried to mediate. "This is not the way," she pleaded. "We must find a path forward together." But the words felt hollow amidst the chaos. Rachel's eyes were fierce, a storm brewing within them, and Leah could sense the fracture widening. In that moment, Leah realized her deepest fear. The love she longed for was slipping further away. Each child, each argument, further complicated the emotions intertwining their lives. The gift of Zilpah had brought forth joy and heartache in equal measure, and Leah found herself questioning if she could ever feel whole again. Time marched on, and with each passing day, Leah's resolve began to waver. She felt the weight of her choices pressing down on her, the morning light casting shadows across her tent. The love she sought seemed an ever-receding mirage, and the air around her thickened with unshed tears. And yet, a flicker of hope dared to persist. In the stillness of another night, as the stars bore witness to her silent tears, Leah knew the battle within her was not over. She longed to reclaim her voice, to assert her place in this world woven with love and rivalry. Perhaps the gift of Zilpah was not just about children but about building a legacy, one that would transcend the turmoil and create a bond deeper than blood. As the sun rose, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Leah felt a new resolve stirring within her. The pain of yesterday's betrayals wouldn't define her. Instead, she could forge a new path, one that encompassed her strength as a woman, a mother, and a sister. The winds of change beckoned, and Leah was ready to embrace the storm. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the tents of Jacob's camp. The air was thick with tension, a palpable mix of hope and desperation that buzzed like the wings of 1,000 restless bees. Leah, eyes glistening with anticipation, paced nervously outside her tent, the fabric of her simple garment brushing against her skin as she fought to control her swirling emotions. Today was different. Today, she felt the stirrings of something miraculous, something that could change everything. Zilpah, her maid, stood quietly by her side, her brow furrowed with concern. Leah had given Zilpah permission to bear a child on her behalf, a tradition born out of Leah's own struggles with motherhood. The weight of expectation pressed heavily on both women as they grappled with the intricacies of love, jealousy, and the deep desire for a legacy. Would Leah finally be seen? Would she finally have a child of her own? Hours passed, each tick of the sun's descent pulling Leah deeper into a whirlpool of thoughts. She recalled the many nights spent in silent prayer, the tears shed over her sister Rachel's beauty and the gifts of her husband. Jacob's love for Rachel was like a fire, vibrant and consuming, while Leah often felt like a shadow, flickering in the background. The ache of longing gnawed at her, and she refused to let another moment slip away without making her mark on the world. "Zilpah," Leah called, her voice trembling with urgency. "I can feel it. I can feel the child coming." The words hung in the air like a prayer, and Zilpah nodded, determination sharpening her features. The two women had forged a bond through shared suffering, and now, on the brink of creation, they were about to step into a new chapter of their intertwined lives. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Leah's heart raced. There was a magic in the air, a spark of the divine. The sounds of the camp softened, and all that remained was the rhythmic thump of Leah's heart and the breath of the wind, as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for the miracle to unfold. "Speak, my child," Zilpah urged, her voice soft yet strong. Leah gripped Zilpah's hands tightly, drawing strength from their shared moment. In that instant, Leah felt an overwhelming wave of warmth wash over her. It was as if the heavens had opened, pouring down a blessing that seeped into her bones. In a matter of minutes, the atmosphere shifted from anticipation to urgency. Zilpah's role transformed as she focused on guiding Leah through the intensity of the moment. The air thickened, filled with Leah's cries, which echoed like a war cry in the stillness of the night. Each wave of pain brought with it a flicker of hope, a promise that something beautiful was on the horizon. Leah could feel the power of life within her, a force so fierce it threatened to overwhelm her. The struggle became a dance of agony and ecstasy, of labor and love. With every heartbeat, she bore witness to the raw intensity of creation, the primal pull of motherhood that sang to her very soul. And then, with a final, shattering cry, the moment arrived. Zilpah gasped, her hands trembling as she grasped the tiny form that emerged, slick and wriggling. In that instant, Leah's heart soared, and tears streamed down her cheeks, a blend of relief and joy. The child was here, a new life born from their shared dreams and struggles. A son. "Gad," Zilpah whispered in awe, cradling the infant in her arms. Leah's heart swelled at the sound of the name, a name that meant fortune or luck. The significance was not lost on her. It was as if the universe itself had conspired to bless her after years of hardships and heartache. But the joy was a double-edged sword. As Leah looked at her son, the realization of her sister Rachel's lingering absence clawed at her heart. Would Jacob love Gad as he loved Rachel's future children? Would he ever truly love Leah? The questions hung heavy in her mind, battling against the bright light of her son's existence. Zilpah glanced up, her eyes holding a flicker of understanding as she caught the fleeting shadow that crossed Leah's face. "He is beautiful," Zilpah said softly, hoping to soothe the swell of uncertainty. Leah nodded, her smile bittersweet, the joy of motherhood mingling with the pain of rivalry. In the depths of her heart, she feared that this child might never be enough to bridge the chasm between her and Rachel. Yet, as if sensing his mother's turmoil, Gad let out a soft coo, his tiny fingers reaching toward Leah as if to assure her that he would not merely be a pawn in this game of love and jealousy. The moment was sacred, filled with the promise of hope and potential. Leah's spirit soared. This child was hers, a piece of her heart made flesh, and nothing could change that. In the hush that followed, a silent understanding passed between the two women. Zilpah meticulously wrapped Gad in a soft linen, while Leah watched, filled with a sense of newfound purpose. She was a mother now, and no one could take that away from her. The burdens of her past began to lift, even if only slightly, and for the first time, the future seemed to glimmer with promise. But just as the evening settled into a stillness thick with emotion, the unmistakable sound of footsteps broke the moment. It was Jacob, returning from the fields, his figure silhouetted against the dying light. Leah's heart raced once more, an intoxicating mix of dread and hope bubbling within her. Would he embrace Gad? Would he see the fortune that lay in this child? As he approached the tent, Leah held her breath, the moment stretching like a taut string ready to snap. The shadows danced around them, and the air crackled with expectation. Jacob's eyes fell upon the tiny bundle in Zilpah's arms, and the world seemed to pause, caught in a delicate balance between love, jealousy, and the unbreakable bond of family. The air was heavy with tension, a quiet storm brewing beneath the surface as Leah paced in the dim light of her tent. Shadows danced on the woven walls, cast by the flickering flames of a nearby fire. Here, in this transient haven, her heart was a cacophony of hope, fear, and determination. The weight of her world rested on her shoulders, and she could feel it pressing down, a reminder of both her longing and her anguish. Zilpah, Her maidservant, stood nearby, a mixture of watchfulness and empathy etched on her face. The two women shared a bond shaped by the complexities of their lives, united by an unspoken understanding of their roles in this unfolding saga. Outside, the sounds of the encampment faded into a distant hum, muffled by the gravity of what was about to unfold within the confines of the tent. Leah's thoughts raced back to the promises made in the dim light of the stars. The whispers of her husband, Jacob, still echoed in her mind. She had hoped for his affection to be poured out upon her like the rain that nourished the earth. But the reality was that her heart often felt like a barren field, yearning for the touch of love. And yet, she had given him sons that bore his name, that would carry their legacy. Her first son, Reuben, had lit a flicker of joy in her soul, but the flame was still fragile. Zilpah's voice broke through Leah's reverie, a soothing balm against her rising anxiety. "My lady, the time has come," she said softly, her tone urging Leah to focus. Leah nodded, her breath hitching in her throat. She could not suppress the tremor that coursed through her, a mixture of fear and fierce determination. This was not just about her anymore. This was about legacy, lineage, and the fierce battle for recognition in Jacob's heart. A heart that seemed to be ever drawn to Rachel, Leah's beloved sister. With each passing moment, Leah felt the weight of history pushing down, reminding her of the world outside, the world where the names of her children would one day be etched into the annals of their tribe. She glanced at Zilpah, her servant but also her ally in this struggle for motherhood and respect. "You will help me?" she whispered, her voice trembling with unspoken fears. Zilpah nodded, her eyes steady and resolute, a silent vow of support. As labor began to clutch at Leah like a vice, the world outside faded further away. Each wave of pain was a reminder of what she was fighting for, a fierce reminder that she would not be left behind. The cries of the other children playing in the dust outside seemed far away, as if they belonged to a different life, a life she yearned to hold on to. Time twisted, stretching out in agonizing moments as Leah navigated the storm within. With every contraction, she grasped Zilpah's hands like a lifeline, her breath quick and shallow. "I will bear a son," she gasped, determination fueling her words. Zilpah nodded, her face a mask of quiet support, but Leah could see the flicker of concern in her eyes. As the pain peaked and receded, Leah drew strength from the very earth beneath her. The ground was cool and solid, a reminder of the generations that had come before her. She thought of the matriarchs, the women who had birthed nations and shaped destinies. She was one of them, and she would not falter. Hours slipped by, each one feeling like an eternity. Leah's voice, once steady, now rose in a blend of cries and gasps, echoing against the canvas walls. With every push, it felt as though she was ripping through the very fabric of her existence, clawing for a future that lay just beyond her reach. And then, in a moment that felt both surreal and sacred, she felt a shift, a release. The cries of a newborn pierced the air, sharp and alive. The world turned vibrant and bright in that single heartbeat. Zilpah caught the child, her hands moving with practiced grace. Leah's chest rose and fell with the rhythm of her heartbeat, as if the very air had changed, infused with the joy of new life. "Incredible," Zilpah whispered, her voice a blend of awe and reverence as she held the small bundle to Leah. "Asson." Leah's eyes sparkled with tears, a mix of relief and fierce pride filling her heart. She reached out, trembling fingers brushing against the soft, downy head of her newborn son, Asher. The name echoed in her mind, a promise of happiness, of prosperity. "Asher," she whispered, tasting the syllables on her tongue, allowing them to weave themselves into the tapestry of her family's legacy. But even in this moment of triumph, a shadow lurked at the edges of Leah's mind. Would this child be enough to sway Jacob's heart? Would he finally see her, not just as a vessel for his lineage but as a woman worthy of love? The questions clawed at her, a relentless whisper that refused to be silenced. As Zilpah wrapped Asher in soft cloth, Leah's heart swelled with a mixture of joy and uncertainty. She had given him life, But she had also set in motion a new chapter, one that could alter the delicate balance of her family forever. The bond between mother and child was forged in that moment, a bond that Leah prayed would be unbreakable. The tense fabric rustled as a breeze swept through, carrying with it the laughter of children and the distant cries of the camp. Life continued, unfazed and relentless. Leah held her son close, feeling the warmth of his tiny body against hers, and wondered what fate awaited them in the grand mosaic of their family's future. Outside, the world was vibrant and alive, while within the tent, Leah faced her own battle, a battle for acceptance, for love, and for the right to be seen. As she cradled Asher, the dawn of new possibilities dawned in her heart. The struggle was far from over, and the echo of her hopes and fears lingered in the air, a haunting reminder that every birth was also a beginning, teetering on the edge of what was to come. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the tents of Jacob's camp. Leah, heavy with child, felt the familiar pangs of labor strike her body like a thunderous drum. This was not just any birth. This was the moment she had longed for, the moment that might finally shift the balance of love within her home. Inside the canvas walls of her tent, Leah sank to her knees, her hands gripping the cool earth beneath her. Pain wrapped around her like a vine, squeezing tight, but within that agony lay a flicker of hope. "Please, God," she whispered through clenched teeth, "let this child be a blessing." The shadows danced outside, flickering in the last rays of sunlight, but inside, it was her heart that burned brightest. Rachel, her sister and rival, had already given birth to 2 children, each one a testament to Jacob's affection. Leah's heart ached as she recalled Rachel's laughter, the way her eyes sparkled when her sons were held aloft in triumph. Leah felt the weight of her own solitude, the relentless struggle for Jacob's love. With each contraction, she fought against the tides of doubt that threatened to engulf her. Would this child be enough? Would he be the one to earn her place, to secure her family's future? The doula, a wise woman with kind eyes, hurried to Leah's side, her hands steadying Leah's trembling form. "Breathe, Leah. Let the pain pass through you. You are strong." Yet, Leah could hear the echo of her own insecurities. She was strong, yes, but for whom? Would her efforts ever be seen as worthy in the eyes of the man she loved? With every wave of pain, Leah's thoughts drifted to her mother, her own struggles, the weight of expectations. Her father had always favored her sister, a fact that had shaped Leah's life in ways she could never fully articulate. Now, as she faced this moment, she understood that motherhood could be both a bond and a battleground. This birth was not merely an act of creation. It was a claim to her worth. When the final surge hit, it was like an explosion in her being. Leah cried out, a primal sound that reverberated in the stillness of the evening. The doula encouraged her, reminding her of the life waiting to be born. And with one final push, the world seemed to blur around her. A moment of pure energy, the culmination of all her struggles. Then came the breath of life, the first cries of her son, Issachar. The name rolled off her tongue like a prayer, a declaration that this child would not just be another member of the family. He would be significant, a bearer of blessings. Tears streamed down her face, washing away the anxiety and fear that had gripped her heart in the months leading up to this moment. Issachar's small form was cradled in her arms, and with that simple gesture, a universe of emotions unfolded. Leah felt an overwhelming tide of love, fierce and protective, wrapping around the tiny being like a cloak. He was hers, her 5th child, a promise, a reason to hope. The doula smiled, an expression that mirrored Leah's own heart, as if she could sense the weight that had been lifted. But even in this moment of joy, there was a shadow lingering at the edge of Leah's thoughts. The sound of laughter from Rachel's tent floated through the air, and the sting of jealousy pierced her heart anew. Would it ever be enough? No matter how many children she bore, would Jacob still look past her, toward the radiant beauty of her sister? The thought threatened to taint the joy of her newborn son. And then, as if sensing his mother's turmoil, Issachar let out a soft whimper, instinctively seeking her warmth. Leah cradled him closer, inhaling his sweet scent, a mixture of earth and the promise of a new beginning. In that moment, a flicker of clarity emerged. This child was not a pawn in her struggle for affection. He was a being unto himself, a gift to cherish regardless of the world around them. The stars began to shimmer in the night sky, and Leah's heart swelled as she gazed down at Issachar. He was a child of labor, a child of longing, born into a world of complexity and expectation. As the night deepened, she made a silent vow. She would raise him to be strong, to know his worth, to carry the legacy of their family with pride. Another contraction gripped her body, but it was different this time. It was no longer fear or doubt that consumed her. It was determination. Leah was not just a mother. She was a warrior in her own right. Each child she bore was a testament to her strength. And even if Jacob's heart was elusive, she would cultivate love and resilience in her home. Outside, the world continued to turn. Jacob, unaware of the storm brewing in Leah's heart, tended to his flocks, watching over his family, oblivious to the emotional upheaval that rippled through the very fabric of their lives. Leah, however, felt the shift within her. The battle for love was far from over, but she had drawn a new line in the sand. With Issachar in her arms, she would not retreat. As the moon rose high, illuminating the landscape with its gentle glow, Leah's thoughts danced between dreams and fears. The birth of Issachar had opened a door, a path yet to be walked. What would this child become? A leader among the tribes? A man of wisdom? She found herself lost in the possibilities, each one more profound than the last. The weight of her past lingered, but as she held her son close, she felt the tendrils of hope wrapping around her heart. The night whispered promises, secrets waiting to be uncovered. Leah could not see the road ahead, but she knew one thing. Issachar would not be just another child. He would be a beacon of her perseverance, her faith, a reminder that love could be forged even in the crucible of adversity. And with that thought, the stars seemed to shine even brighter, beckoning her toward an uncertain future, one where the bonds of family would be tested, love redefined, and the legacy of her children would unfold in ways she could only begin to imagine. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the tented encampment. Leah lay on her mat, beads of sweat glimmering on her brow, her breath coming in quick bursts. She could feel the weight of her body pressing into the earth beneath her, the coolness of the ground contrasting sharply with the heat of her labor. Each contraction was a wave crashing over her, fierce and unrelenting, reminding her of every struggle she had faced. The cries of earlier children echoed in her mind, mingling with her prayerful whispers for strength. This was it. This was the moment she had longed for, her sixth child, a chance to prove herself once more. Leah had given birth to Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, and now she was ready to welcome another son into the world. Each child had been a piece of her heart, yet the ache of wanting more, of seeking approval from Jacob, loomed large. She needed this child to be a sign of her worth. Rachel, Leah murmured, her sister's name slipping from her lips like a prayer. Rachel, the loved one, the favored wife, had borne only 2 children thus far. Leah often felt the pang of jealousy, how Rachel held Jacob's heart while she battled for his attention. In this moment, however, Leah pushed those thoughts aside. She focused on the life stirring within her, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows of doubt. The tent flap rustled, and Leah's gaze flickered up to see her maidservant entering. Zilpah, with her steady hands and reassuring presence, knelt beside her. "You are strong, Leah. This child will come soon," she said, her voice calm and soothing, like a balm on Leah's frayed nerves. Leah nodded, clutching Zilpah's hand as another contraction gripped her, sending shockwaves through her body. The sun had all but disappeared, leaving a cool twilight to settle over the camp. The stars began to twinkle overhead, as if joining Leah in her moment of pain and triumph. With each breath, she felt closer to the life within her. This child was not just a son. He was a symbol of her perseverance, her love, and her unyielding spirit. "Come, my sister, help me," Leah gasped, her voice strained. Zilpah leaned closer, her eyes filled with encouragement. You are not alone, Leah. Together, we will bring forth this child. The hours stretched on, each moment consuming Leah with a blend of fear and determination. Every shout of pain echoed the struggles of her heart, the longing to be seen, to be loved. As the contractions intensified, so did her resolve. Zebulun, she whispered through clenched teeth, envisioning the name that would define him. Zebulun, the name that would mean honor and acknowledgement, the child who would complete her family. Another contraction rippled through her, and Leah felt a surge of power. She leaned into Zilpah, whose hands were steady, grounding her amidst the chaos. Outside the tent, the sounds of the camp faded, as if the entire world had hushed in reverence for this moment. With one final, shuddering breath, Leah felt the release as the child made his entrance into the world. A cry echoed through the night, raw and pure, breaking the silence like a battle cry. Zilpah's hands were swift, catching the small, wriggling form, and Leah's heart soared. She could hardly breathe as Zilpah placed the baby on her chest, the warmth of his body a miracle against her skin. In that instant, all her fears and doubts melted away. The world outside faded into oblivion, and all that existed was her and this new life, Zebulun. She held him close, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the remnants of her labor. You are my son, she whispered, tracing his tiny fingers with her own. You are my honor. But even in this moment of triumph, Leah was acutely aware of the shadows lurking in the corners of her mind. She could almost hear Rachel's laughter echoing, the sweet sound mingled with envy. Would Jacob love Zebulun as he loved Rachel's children? Would he acknowledge this son, born of Leah's unwavering spirit? The questions lingered in the air, casting a veil over her joy. Yet beneath it all, Leah felt a flicker of hope igniting within her. Life had a way of surprising those who persevered. Perhaps Zebulun would be different, a bridge between their worlds, a testament to her strength and resolve. As the stars twinkled above, Leah closed her eyes, taking in the moment, the warmth of her son against her heart. Outside, the camp was alive with soft murmurs and flickering flames from the evening fires. The air smelled of roasted meat and herbs, a reminder of the life that continued beyond the confines of her tent. In the distance, she could hear her other children playing, their laughter a soundtrack to this new beginning. Leah's heart swelled with love as she cradled Zebulun, feeling the weight of the world shift ever so slightly. This child would grow, and with him her dreams would take flight. She could envision the moments to come, Zebulun taking his first steps, his first words, his laughter ringing out like music. But just as quickly as those dreams came, doubt crept in again. Would Jacob see the beauty in this child? Or would he always regard Leah's sons with a discerning eye? A chill brushed against her heart, the same chill that had accompanied her through each birth. It was a familiar ache, a reminder of the struggle for recognition and love. As the night deepened, Leah made a silent vow. She would fight for Zebulun, just as she had for her other children. He would know love and he would know honor. Her heart surged with determination as she held him tighter, his tiny body nestled in her arms. The cries of the night turned to whispers of promise, and Leah felt the tension ease slightly. The world outside continued its dance, but for now, she had everything she needed right here. In the flickering shadows of the tent, with the stars watching over them, Leah and Zebulun began a new chapter. A chapter yet unwritten, filled with hope, love, and the promise of what was to come. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sprawling land of Canaan. Dust swirled in the warm breeze, whispering secrets of life and longing. It was here, in this ancient land steeped in both hope and heartache, that the air crackled with the anticipation of new beginnings. Rachel, weary yet resolute, felt the unmistakable stirrings of change within her body, a sensation that ignited a flicker of hope in her heart. If only the world knew the weight of Rachel's desire. For years, she had been trapped in a cycle of envy and despair, watching as her sister Leah bore child after child, while she remained barren. Each birth had been a dagger to her heart, each wail of a newborn a reminder of her own empty arms. Yet now, as she pressed her hand against her swelling belly, a thrill coursed through her, a promise of life that she dared to believe in. The tent was filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter, yet Rachel felt isolated in her own world of yearning. Among the chorus of voices, the distinct laughter of her husband, Jacob, resonated like a sweet melody. He was her anchor, her protector, and she relished his presence. But even as joy surrounded her, doubts crept in, whispering fears that this time might end like the last. What if hope turned to disappointment yet again? Days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, Rachel's anticipation grew stronger. She could feel the life inside her, a gentle flutter that seemed to echo the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was a secret language only she understood, one that filled her with fierce determination. "This time will be different," she whispered to herself, a mantra that pushed her through the long nights when sleep eluded her. Rachel often found herself staring at the stars that blanketed the sky, each glimmer reminding her of promises made long ago. She recalled the words of her husband, Jacob, spoken under the same celestial canopy. "Rachel, you shall be the mother of nations." Those words clung to her like a lifeline, propelling her through the darkest hours of her despair. Yet, uncertainty loomed like a shadow, threatening to snuff out the light of her hopes. As the moon waxed full, Rachel felt the signs of labor approach, a mix of dread and exhilaration. The pain began as a dull ache, slowly building into waves that crashed over her, each one more intense than the last. She gasped, gripping the fabric of her bed, her knuckles whitening as she fought against the tide. "Jacob!" she called out, her voice piercing through the warm night air. He rushed to her side, panic and love etched across his face. "Stay with me, Rachel," he urged, his hands steadying her trembling body. "You are strong. You are brave." His words wrapped around her like an embrace, pushing her forward into the tempest of labor. The hours dragged on, each moment stretching into eternity. Pain surged through her, a fierce tide that threatened to drown her spirit. She felt as though she were being torn apart, and yet, amid the agony, the thought of holding her child filled her with courage. She clung to that vision, summoning every ounce of strength she had. Tears streamed down her face, not just of pain, but of hope, of dreams about to come to life. Then, in the stillness between contractions, she felt it. A sudden rush, a powerful wave, and she knew the moment had arrived. With a final, primal cry, Rachel pushed with every fiber of her being, surrendering to the instinct that surged within her. It was raw, it was messy, and it was beautiful. The world narrowed to the space between her breaths, and in that crucible of pain and joy, she found herself closer to the divine than ever before. With one final effort, the air filled with the first cries of a newborn, the sound of life piercing through the veil of darkness. Jacob's eyes widened, and a triumphant smile broke free on his face as he cradled the small, wriggling bundle. "It's a son, Rachel. Our son." His voice trembled with joy, vibrating with the weight of their shared journey. Rachel, panting and trembling, reached out for her child, her heart swelling with an overwhelming rush of emotions. As she held Joseph for the first time, everything around her faded away. The pain, the years of longing, the jealousy. In that moment, she was simply a mother, and her world shifted on its axis. Joseph's tiny fingers curled instinctively around hers, and she felt a warmth spread through her soul, filling every empty crevice. "Joseph," she whispered, the name tumbling from her lips like a sacred prayer. It meant he will add, a promise that their family would grow and flourish. In that instant, the magnitude of her joy felt too immense to contain. She could hardly fathom how something so small could evoke such powerful love, such fierce protectiveness. Yet, in the shadows of this blissful moment, a flicker of unease lingered. Rachel knew that her joy was not just hers. It was tethered to the complexities of their lives. She thought of Leah, her sister, who had borne Jacob many children. Would this son, her long-awaited blessing, create a rift between them? Would Leah's heartache shadow her own joy? The questions loomed in the air, heavy and unyielding. But for now, as Jacob beamed at their son, Rachel pushed the worries aside, allowing the moment to wrap around her like a warm blanket. The world could wait. Their family had finally begun to take shape. The cries of Joseph echoed against the canvas of the tent, a song of new beginnings. And in that sacred space, Rachel held onto her child, feeling the pulse of life around her. A vivid reminder that joy, no matter how fleeting, was worth every struggle, every tear. As laughter filled the air and the tent became a sanctuary of warmth, Rachel faced the unknown, her heart ignited with the fierce love of a mother. Joseph was born into the arms of a woman who knew both the depths of despair and the heights of joy, and with his first cries, the promise of their future shimmered like the stars above, beautiful, bright, and yet still to be written. The candle flickered, casting shadows on the walls of the crowded room, where laughter mingled with the subtle tension in the air. It was a gathering, a celebration, but beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. In that dimly lit space, love and rivalry intertwined like vines in a forgotten garden, each bloom vibrant yet tinged with decay. At the center of it all stood Eleanor, a woman of striking grace and fierce determination. She wore her heart on her sleeve, but the depths of her emotions were often obscured by the laughter she shared with her siblings. The youngest of three, she had always been the light, the glue that held her family together. Yet, within her, a quiet storm stirred, fueled by the desire for her parents' affection, which had turned the simple act of family gatherings into a battlefield of unspoken competition. Across the room, her older brother Thomas leaned casually against the mantel, a smirk playing on his lips. He was the golden boy, always praised for his achievements, a constant reminder of what Eleanor had yet to accomplish. The love they shared was deep, yet rivalry thrived like weeds in a garden. It was a bond that both nurtured and strangled them. His charm drew people to him, and as Eleanor observed him basking in the admiration of their parents, jealousy twisted her stomach. Their sister Margaret, the middle child, hovered nearby, her sharp eyes taking in every nuance of the room. Margaret was the peacemaker, the one who sought harmony while silently nursing her own wounds. She had always felt overshadowed by Thomas's accolades and Eleanor's warmth. In her quest to keep the peace, she had forged a delicate facade, but inside, she felt like a ghost, wandering through the house she wished could feel like home. As the evening wore on, the laughter grew louder, but Eleanor could only hear the drumbeat of her heart. She remembered the days when they were children, playing in the backyard, where love had flowed freely, untainted by the rivalries of adulthood. Back then, they were allies against the world. Now, they were warriors in a battle for affection, their swords drawn in the form of sharp words and passive-aggressive jabs. "Eleanor, why don't you tell us about your latest project?" Thomas called out, his voice dripping with mock sweetness. "I'm sure it's fascinating." The room fell silent, all eyes turning toward her. A flush rose to her cheeks, and she forced a smile, sensing the challenge hidden in his tone. "It's just a little something I'm working on," she replied, her voice steady but her heart racing. Margaret stepped in, sensing the tension. "I saw some of your sketches the other day, Eleanor. They're really beautiful." Her words were kind, but Eleanor felt the weight of them, as though Margaret was trying to bridge a chasm that seemed too wide to cross. The evening turned, the air thick with unspoken words. Eleanor excused herself to the kitchen, seeking solace in the clinking of dishes and the aroma of baked goods. But even there, love and rivalry seeped through the walls. Her mother's voice carried from the living room, praising Thomas's latest promotion, while Eleanor's achievements felt like shadows that lingered, unnoticed. As she washed the plates, her frustration bubbled over. The memories of childhood laughter faded into echoes of competitiveness that filled the space around them. She longed for her mother's touch, for a moment of validation, but it felt like chasing ghosts. Why was it that love felt like a competition in their family? Why was it so hard to share joy when jealousy loomed like a dark cloud? "Eleanor," Margaret's voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Are you all right?" Turning to face her sister, Eleanor pressed her lips together, fighting back tears. I feel like I'm always in second place, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. It's like I'm invisible. Margaret stepped forward, her expression softening. You're not invisible to me. I see you. I always have. There was sincerity in her eyes, but it was mingled with the pain of unacknowledged rivalry. They were two sides of the same coin, bound by blood and yet so distant in understanding. The night dragged on, laughter echoing through the halls, but for Eleanor, it felt like a trap. The warmth of family was throttled by the chill of competition. She returned to the living room, where the atmosphere was thick with pretense. Her parents beamed at Thomas as he regaled them with stories of his triumphs. Every word another dagger digging into Eleanor's heart. "Let me show you all something," he proclaimed, pulling out his latest trophy, a gleaming centerpiece that reflected his success. The room erupted in applause, and Eleanor felt a rush of heat, the kind that ignited her determination. That was it, a moment of clarity. She had been merely reacting, trapped in the shadows of their brilliance. As the applause faded, she stepped forward, her voice rising above the din. "I've been working on something too," she declared, her heart pounding fiercely against her ribcage. All eyes turned to her, a mix of surprise and curiosity painting their faces. "It's a community project," she continued, her confidence swelling. "I'm organizing an art exhibition to support local artists." The room fell silent, the air charged with uncertainty, love flickering like the candle in the corner. In that moment, Eleanor felt alive, her passion igniting the space between them, a spark of hope in the midst of rivalry. But before she could bask in her own words, Thomas interjected. "That's nice, Eleanor, but do you really think anyone would come?" His words stung, a reminder of the competitive nature that had defined their relationship. Yet, as he dismissed her idea, something shifted within her. This was more than just a fight for attention. It was about reclaiming her place in a family that had been built on love but tempered by rivalry. Eleanor stood taller, daring to challenge the norm. Love, she realized, was not a finite resource. It could grow and flourish. It was about connection, not competition. As she faced Thomas, and then Margaret, their eyes locked in a moment that felt both fierce and fragile. The tension hung in the air, electric and unnerving. Her heart raced with a mixture of fear and resolve. Love was worth fighting for, even in a household where rivalry reigned. As the candle flickered one last time, casting long shadows that danced on the walls, Eleanor's mind raced ahead. Would they rise together, or would they remain entangled in this relentless cycle of competition? In that charged moment, the dynamics of the household shifted, shadows clashing with flickers of light, and uncertainty loomed, ready to spill into the next chapter of their lives. In the stillness of a star-studded night, Jacob stood alone at the edge of his camp, the familiar sounds of sheep softly bleating in the distance. The flickering campfire cast dancing shadows, revealing a rugged man with a wearied face etched by time and struggle. His heart, however, was not burdened by the weight of the stars above but by the tangled affection and rivalry woven into the very fabric of his life. He was a man divided, a husband pulled in multiple directions, and a father facing the tempest of sibling rivalry. At the center of Jacob's life were his two wives, Leah and Rachel. Leah, the eldest, was often overlooked and overshadowed by the radiant beauty of her younger sister. She longed for Jacob's love, pouring her heart into the children she bore, hoping each birth would spark a flicker of affection from her husband. "Look, I have given you a son," she would cry, her voice mingling with the cries of newborns. Yet, despite her many gifts, Jacob's eyes strayed toward Rachel, the wife who held his heart but could not bear children. Each day, Leah's laughter felt like a distant echo, while Rachel's silence hung heavy in the air. The tension grew like an unrelenting storm, palpable and thick. Rachel, consumed by jealousy and despair, offered her maid, Bilhah, to Jacob as a way to fill their home with children. "Let her be my surrogate," Rachel pleaded, desperation coloring her voice. Jacob, caught in the crossfire of love and loyalty, reluctantly agreed. The result was a slew of children, born from the hearts of women who loved him fiercely, yet felt the sting of competition. Bilhah's sons, Dan and Naphtali, entered the world not as mere babies, but as pawns in a game of love, loyalty, and rivalry. Leah, not one to be bested, struck back with her maid, Zilpah. "I will not be outdone," she declared, her determination ignited. Another pair of sons followed, Gad and Asher, each child a desperate attempt to reclaim Jacob's attention. Leah's heart swelled with pride, yet each birth also deepened the rift between the sisters. It was a vicious cycle, with love interlaced with envy, and the air thick with unspoken emotions. Jacob found himself a reluctant participant, a man ensnared in a web of affection that felt more like a battlefield. He loved Rachel deeply, but Leah's devotion weighed heavily on him. The house was filled with laughter and cries, yet beneath it all, the sharp edges of rivalry cut through the joy. "Why can't I give you children?" Rachel lamented one day, her voice trembling with anguish as she clutched Jacob's arm. "Am I not worth your love?" The nights were often sleepless, filled with whispers of longing and unfulfilled dreams. Jacob watched as Leah and Rachel navigated their complex relationship, each woman's heart aching with the weight of her devotion. With each new child, the stakes grew higher, and the love Jacob felt became a tangled mess of obligation and desire. "How could I choose?" he often thought, grappling with the reality of his heart divided. In time, Rachel did bear a child, Joseph, a boy who would shine like a star among the others. The moment Jacob cradled him in his arms, joy blossomed afresh in his chest. "You are my beloved son," he whispered, his heart swelling with pride. But somewhere in the shadows, those words echoed painfully for Leah, who had given Jacob 6 sons and yet felt the sting of his favoritism. The seeds of jealousy took root, giving rise to a storm that would soon engulf them all. And then came the day when Jacob made a fateful decision. As he prepared to leave Laban's household, the tension reached a breaking point. The sisters, both emboldened and weary, stood at his side, each pleading for their place in his heart. "I cannot choose between you," he confessed, the weight of his words suffocating him. Each woman's face reflected the hope and despair of 1,000 hearts. Jacob led his family into the unknown, the road ahead fraught with peril. As they traveled, Leah and Rachel's rivalry intensified, manifesting in sharp words and silent treatments. The children, caught in the crossfire, learned quickly about the complexities of love and jealousy. They watched their mothers, torn between affection and competition, each vying for a place in Jacob's heart. Felt like a game with no winners, just a cycle of pain and yearning. The night before they crossed into a new land, Jacob gathered his family around the fire, the flickering flames illuminating the faces he loved. "We must support one another," he urged, his voice a mix of authority and vulnerability. "We are stronger together." But even as he spoke these words, the emotions swirled around them, unspoken misgivings and old wounds festering beneath the surface. In the quiet moments, when the world fell asleep, Jacob wrestled with his thoughts, the weight of his family's struggles pressing down like a heavy cloak. He felt the pulse of love for each of his sons and daughters, yet the shadows of his past choices loomed large. An ache settled in his heart, a tender reminder that love was not a simple equation. It was a labyrinth filled with twists and turns, each path leading to a different outcome. As dawn broke, the family prepared to cross the river that would separate their old life from the new. Jacob glanced at Leah, who clutched her children tightly, her eyes reflecting both hope and uncertainty. Rachel stood beside her, the tension between them palpable yet unspoken. The air hummed with emotion, a delicate balance of love, jealousy, and the deep yearning for acceptance. And so, they moved forward, not entirely united, yet bound by a shared destiny that would shape their lives forever. Jacob's heart echoed with the weight of his choices, a melody of love tinged with the bittersweet notes of conflict. Each step they took into the unknown was a step toward a future intertwined with the complexities of family, love, and the enduring bond of brotherhood. The journey was far from over, it was only just beginning, a tale of love layered with strife, waiting to unfold in the chapters ahead. In the hush of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon, the air thickened with a sense of yearning. The tents of Jacob's family fluttered softly in the evening breeze, their shadows long and intertwined, a poignant depiction of love, rivalry, and deep-seated longing. Rachel and Leah, two sisters bound by blood, yet separated by circumstance, held the weight of their father's expectations and their own heart's desires. The very fabric of their existence was woven with threads of jealousy, hope, and despair, echoing through the ages. Rachel, the younger sister, was the embodiment of beauty and grace. Her dark, cascading locks and striking features captivated Jacob's heart, drawing him in like a moth to a flame. But beneath her radiant exterior lay a deep well of sadness. She longed for children, a desire that echoed in the empty spaces of her tent. Each month that passed without a sign of life was a silent agony, a reminder of her perceived inadequacy. Yes, she was loved, but what good was love without the laughter of children to fill her home? As she gazed into the flickering flames, the shadows danced around her, whispering tales of despair. Leah, the elder, was often overlooked. Her eyes, though tender, carried the burden of unrequited love. Jacob favored Rachel, and each time he gazed upon her, Leah felt the sharp sting of rejection. Yet, she was strong, resilient, qualities that often remained unnoticed. The thought of being second best gnawed at her soul, but she turned her grief into determination. The fire within her kindled a fierce resolve. Perhaps, through children, she could earn Jacob's affection. With each child born, Leah hoped to weave a bond that would eclipse the shadows of neglect. In the dim light of their shared world, a new dynamic emerged. Desperation and hope collided as Rachel, unable to bear her own child, offered her servant Bilhah to Jacob. The act was laced with irony and desperation, a way to claim motherhood through another woman's body. Leah, feeling the weight of Rachel's choice, responded in kind, giving Jacob her maid Zilpah. And thus a bitter cycle began, a competition masked as sisterhood. Their tents became battlegrounds, filled with the cries of newborns and the silent screams of envy. Each child born to Bilhah and Zilpah became a notch on the belt of victory for Rachel and Leah, a desperate attempt to outpace one another in a race where love was the grand prize. The lines of sisterhood blurred, replaced by rivalry so fierce it could ignite the stars in the night sky. Yet, amid the chaos, there were moments of reflection. Leah, in the stillness of the night, would sit by the flickering oil lamp, her heart heavy with the weight of her choices. Each name she gave her children, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, was a testament to her hope that Jacob would see her, truly see her, as more than just a vessel for his children. "Surely, my husband will love me now," she would murmur, each word laced with an ache that reverberated through the fabric of time. Rachel, too, experienced the sting of loneliness. Her beauty could not shield her from the gnawing emptiness within. When she finally bore Joseph, the joy was bittersweet. The boy was her miracle, yet the triumph tasted like ashes as Leah's children filled the space around them. Every giggle, every coo from the other tents served as a reminder of Rachel's struggle. "Give me children or else I die," Rachel cried out, her voice trembling with the weight of her despair. The plea echoed through the night, a haunting reminder that love, in its purest form, was often intertwined with pain. And then there was the moment of divine intervention, one that would ripple through the ages. Leah, blessed with the gift of children, prayed fervently. In an act of profound faith, she sought the help of God, her heart laying bare before the heavens. Each child became a testament to her belief, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Meanwhile, Rachel's heart hardened, consumed by a relentless desire for more. The tension escalated, the atmosphere thick with a mixture of love and bitterness, drawing in anyone who dared to witness the unfolding drama. In this tale of two sisters, the spiritual implications resonate deeply. The struggle for love, the quest for validation, and the pain of rivalry serve as a mirror reflecting the human condition. The bond between Rachel and Leah despite its fractures, offers a glimpse into the complexities of relationships. It is a poignant reminder that even in the throes of competition, there lies a shared journey, a shared yearning for acceptance and worth. As the sun set deeper, casting an ethereal glow over the encampment, the air crackled with unspoken words and buried emotions. The essence of each sister's journey transcended the boundaries of their tents, weaving a narrative rich with lessons about love, sacrifice, and the lengths one would go to find peace. Each night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds overhead, the sisters' hearts beat with an intensity only those who have loved fiercely can understand. The spiritual journey played out against the backdrop of a world where divine favor felt like a distant dream, yet the strength to endure remained firmly rooted within their souls. The breath of their ancestors echoed in the winds, whispering tales of hope and despair, resilience and heartbreak, forever intertwining their stories in the tapestry of existence. With every passing moment, the tension grew, drawing out the complexities of their lives in a way that made even the night sky seem to pause, holding its breath in anticipation of what was yet to come. The eternal struggle of Rachel and Leah spilled over into the world around them, a testament to the fight for identity, love, and legacy, forever echoing through the corridors of time. The moon hung high in the darkening sky, casting an eerie light over the quiet tents that dotted the encampment. The night was thick with tension, as if the very air whispered secrets of what was to come. Jacob stood at the edge of the camp, his heart pounding in his chest, echoing his fears. He glanced back at the sleeping forms of his family. Rachel, beautiful and innocent, clutching their baby, and Leah, weary but resilient, her face etched with worry even in sleep. He felt the weight of their safety resting heavily on his shoulders, an unyielding pressure that threatened to crush him. It had been years since Jacob had fled his brother Esau, seeking refuge in his uncle Laban's house. What had begun as a sanctuary had slowly turned into a prison. Laban had become a master manipulator, twisting every agreement to his advantage. As Jacob had labored, working tirelessly for Laban's flocks, the bitterness of deceit had seeped into the very fabric of his being. The joyful promise of his family had turned stale under the harsh glare of betrayal. Now the world outside beckoned, a world that promised freedom but also danger. Tonight everything would change. Jacob had made the choice to leave, to take his wives and children and flee into the unknown. He could feel the pulse of life in the earth beneath him, urging him forward, but the thought of Laban's wrath sent shivers down his spine. He had heard the tales of Laban's anger, tales that spread like wildfire among the tribes. Laban was not a man to be trifled with, and as Jacob looked back at his family, a new wave of fear washed over him. The air became charged with urgency. While the stars twinkled above, oblivious to mortal struggles, Jacob gathered his thoughts and whispered a prayer, a plea for guidance and protection. He felt the warmth of Rachel's hand on his shoulder, grounding him amidst the storm of his emotions. "Are we really doing this?" she asked, her voice trembling, filled with uncertainty. Jacob met her gaze, the fire in his heart igniting the flames of determination. "We have to. For us, for our children, for a life free from fear." With the moon watching silently, they began to gather their belongings. Leah woke, her eyes wide with confusion and fear, but the moment she saw Jacob's resolve, she nodded. They worked together, hands moving quickly, packing what little they could carry, each item a symbol of their resilience. The children stirred, sensing the tension in the air, their innocence clashing with the urgency of the night. Jacob scooped up his youngest, the baby, and pressed a soft kiss to its forehead, promising a better life, a brighter dawn. As they slipped away, the world outside their camp loomed like a vast ocean of uncertainty. The shadows of the trees stretched and twisted in the moonlight, creating a path that was both inviting and foreboding. Jacob led the way, guided not just by the stars, but by an instinct that had always driven him. Each step was a mixture of hope and fear, the promise of freedom intertwined with the dread of what lay behind them. The wind picked up, whispering through the leaves, as if carrying the echoes of Laban's anger and the promises of a new beginning. Jacob's heart raced as he imagined the moment Laban would awaken and discover their absence. What would Laban do? Would he come after them with wrath? The fear of having to face Laban's fury loomed like a dark cloud, but there was no turning back. They had crossed the line. They had set themselves free. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Jacob felt the weight of the night lift just slightly. They had covered a good distance, but fatigue began to settle in, particularly for Rachel. Her strength was waning, and Jacob could see the worry etched on her face. "Just a little further," he urged, his voice steady, but his heart was racing. He couldn't afford to stop. They had to keep moving to stay one step ahead of Laban. But just as hope flickered in his chest, a haunting sound shattered the peaceful morning. The distant rumble of hoofbeats echoed through the valleys, sending a chill down Jacob's spine. Laban was coming, and he was coming fast. Panic surged within him as he turned to his family, his heart pounding with the realization that their freedom was slipping away, just as quickly as it had come. "Run!" he shouted, his voice breaking through the stillness. "We have to reach the river." The urgency in his tone drove them onward, each footfall pounding against the earth like a drumbeat of desperation. Rachel clutched her baby tightly to her chest, while Leah urged her children forward, their small legs moving as fast as they could. The world around them blurred. The only focus now was escape. Jacob could feel the fear coursing through him, an electric current that pushed him faster. He glanced back over his shoulder, his breath coming in sharp gasps. The figures of Laban's men were now visible on the horizon, their horses galloping, fueled by rage and indignation. The sight ignited a fire within Jacob. He had to protect his family at all costs. They were almost there, the river glimmering in the distance like a beacon of hope. He pushed harder, the adrenaline surging through his veins. With every breath, he muttered silent prayers, pleading for divine intervention. The cries of his children, the sound of hooves pounding closer. It all melded into a chaotic symphony as they reached the riverbank. Water rushed by, wild and untamed, and Jacob felt a surge of determination. They could make it. They had to make it. With one last glance towards the approaching danger, Jacob gathered his family close. "We jump!" he shouted, his voice ringing clear above the roar of the river. Rachel's eyes widened in fear, but Jacob's unwavering gaze reassured her. Together, they took a deep breath and leapt into the unknown, the icy water engulfing them, sweeping them away from the clutches of Laban and into a future filled with uncertainty, yet glimmering with the possibility of freedom. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of Canaan. Dust swirled around Jacob's feet as he walked, each step heavy with the weight of memories, decisions made, lies told, and a legacy of conflict. The air was thick with tension, as if the very heavens held their breath in anticipation of what was to come. Would there be forgiveness, or would the past rise up to haunt him once more? For years, Jacob had lived in the shadows of his brother, Esau, the one he had wronged so grievously. Their last encounter, a bitter fight fueled by jealousy, deception, and a stolen blessing, had left scars on both their hearts. Jacob had taken what belonged to Esau, and now, as he approached the land of his birth, the question loomed larger than the mountains around him. Would Esau still want revenge? As he neared the border of the land he once called home, memories of their childhood flooded his mind. He remembered the laughter over shared meals, the endless games played under the wide-open sky, but those memories were tainted by the betrayal that had driven a wedge between them. He could almost hear the echo of Esau's voice, filled with pain and rage. "You will pay for this, Jacob." The night before their meeting, Jacob wrestled with his thoughts, the stars twinkling overhead like distant witnesses to his turmoil. He sent messengers ahead with gifts, flocks of sheep and goats, hoping to soften the heart of his brother. He could imagine them arriving, laden with offerings, but would it be enough to heal the wounds of the past? Would Esau even care for riches when his heart had been robbed of trust? When the day finally arrived, Jacob stood at the edge of the rising dawn, the horizon painted in shades of gold and crimson. His heart raced as he saw a figure approaching in the distance, the silhouette unmistakable. Esau, the boy who had once been his closest friend, was now a man, strong and fierce. Would he run to him with open arms, or would he come with a sword drawn? As the distance closed, Jacob's mind raced. He bowed low, his forehead touching the dusty ground, an act of humility, a plea for mercy. The moment hung in the air, thick with uncertainty. He could feel the heat of Esau's gaze, the weight of their shared history pressing down on him. Then, without warning, Esau broke into a run, his powerful legs eating up the ground between them. Jacob's breath caught in his throat. This was it, the moment that would define their futures. Would this be the end or the beginning? And then, just as the distance shrank to nothing, Esau was upon him. What happened next shattered Jacob's expectations. Instead of a fist or harsh words, Esau wrapped his arms around Jacob, pulling him into a fierce embrace. The warmth of his brother's body flooded over him, washing away years of guilt and fear. Tears sprang to Jacob's eyes, emotions he had held close for so long bursting free. Esau, he began, but the words tangled in his throat. He had so much to say, so much to explain, but his brother's grip spoke louder than any apology ever could. Esau stepped back, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mixture of pain and joy. "I thought I would never see you again," he admitted, his voice thick with emotion. All the weight of the years fell away in that moment. Two brothers reunited against the backdrop of betrayal and heartache. But the shadows of the past lingered. "I come with gifts," Jacob said, gesturing to the flocks behind him, each one a token of his remorse. "Please, accept these as a sign of my love, my desire to make amends." Esau shook his head, a smile breaking through the tension. "I have enough, brother. You are what I want. You are what matters most." The two men stood there, the wind whispering through the trees, the world fading away as they gazed at one another. For the first time in many years, Jacob felt a glimmer of hope. Could they truly rebuild what had been lost? Could they erase the bitterness of the past and forge a new bond, stronger than before? As they spoke, old memories surfaced like echoes, laughter mixing with tears. They reminisced about their childhood, the days spent under the sun, the dreams they once dared to share. But beneath the joy, there lingered a tension, a question unasked. What of the life they had each built since that fateful day? Esau had gone on to become a powerful leader, a man of influence among his people, while Jacob had wandered, burdened by the weight of his choices. "What about your family, Jacob?" Esau asked, glancing over at the small group of women and children standing a short distance away, their faces painted with hope and anxiety. "Will you introduce me?" Jacob nodded, pride swelling in his chest. As he called for his family, the air buzzed with anticipation. The reunion was as emotional as it was tense, each glance filled with a mixture of fear and hope. He introduced his wives and children, his voice shaking slightly as he spoke. Esau's face softened, and he reached out to greet them, enveloping each one in a warm embrace. The sound of laughter broke through the clouds of uncertainty, but in Jacob's heart, a storm still brewed. Would the past truly stay buried? Would they be able to bridge the chasm that had formed between them? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the brothers found a moment of silence amidst the chaos of emotions. They stood side by side, gazing out at the vast expanse of Canaan, the land that had once been a battleground, now a canvas of new beginnings. But in the back of Jacob's mind lingered the shadow of fear. What if the peace they had found was only temporary? What if the darkness of their past threatened to rise again? The weight of the moment hung heavily in the air, leaving them both breathless, their hearts racing with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Little did they know that the challenges awaiting them were greater than either could imagine. Their journey together just beginning, a path of healing fraught with trials and choices that lay shrouded in mystery. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden light on the dusty paths of ancient Haran, where whispers of hope and despair danced like invisible threads in the air. a woman, her heart heavy with longing, looked out from the confines of her tent. Rachel, beautiful and yearning, cradled her dreams of motherhood in her soul like a fragile bird. She knew her worth, yet felt the sting of envy as she watched her sister Leah, blessed with children while she remained barren. The weight of her sorrow was palpable, a deep ache that resonated in the stillness of the evening. Leah, strong yet overshadowed, was caught in a storm of emotions. Her heart longed for love, not just the duty of bearing sons to Jacob, their shared husband. In the shadows of her sister's beauty, she found herself wrestling with feelings of inadequacy, yet her spirit burned fiercely. Every child born to her was a small victory against the tide of neglect, each name a testament to her struggle for recognition in the love of their husband. The names she chose were filled with her hopes, each syllable a declaration of her existence. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah. With every birth, Leah wove her legacy into the very fabric of their family. As seasons changed and time passed, Rachel's desperation grew. The ache of being childless clawed at her, and she approached Jacob with tears blurring her vision. "Give me children or else I die," she cried, her voice a mix of anguish and determination. Jacob's response was sharp, a mirror reflecting his own struggles. "Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?" It was a heartbreaking exchange, the kind that echoed through the ages, resonating with countless women who felt the same pangs of unfulfilled dreams. In her anguish, Rachel sought a way to bridge the chasm of her despair. She offered her servant Bilhah to Jacob, an act that dripped with desperation and hope. "Go in to her, that she may bear on my knees, so that even I may have children through her." This moment marked the beginning of a complex tapestry of relationships, where love, jealousy, and ambition intertwined. Bilhah bore 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali, each a token of Rachel's struggle and her fierce desire to be seen as a mother. But Leah, not to be outdone, watched this unfolding drama unfold with a mix of bitterness and resolve. The ties between the sisters tightened and twisted, the air thick with rivalry. Leah gave Jacob her own maid, Zilpah, and soon the names Asher and Gad sprang forth, each birth a battle, each child a bittersweet triumph against the backdrop of their families' tumultuous dynamics. As the sun set over the encampment, the atmosphere shimmered with unspoken tensions. Rachel, still yearning, finally found her moment. The sacred blessing of the Lord broke through her despair, and she conceived, her heart racing with joy and disbelief. Joseph was born, his name reflecting the deep hopes of Rachel's heart. "May the Lord add to me another son." But this joy was not without its complications. The birth of Joseph only intensified the rivalry, a tug of war that echoed through the tents like the cries of children, each voice unique yet charged with the same desire for recognition. In the quiet moments of the night, the sisters lay awake, their minds racing. Rachel pondered the future of her sons, Joseph and the awaited Benjamin, who would come later to encapsulate her dreams. Leah, too, held her thoughts close, cherishing her boys, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun, each a cornerstone in a legacy yet to be forged. The narrative of their lives was not just about rivalry. It was about the survival of their lineage, their families, and their hopes. As the years unfolded, their sons grew into men, each destined to become leaders of their own tribes, the very foundations of the nation of Israel. The weight of their mother's dreams rested heavily on their shoulders, the unspoken expectations binding them to a legacy that was both a blessing and a burden. The tension between the tribes mirrored the tension between their mothers, each son embodying the fierce love and hidden angst of Rachel and Leah. Amidst the shifting sands of relationships, the story of these women became one of resilience. The tribes they bore were not merely descendants but carriers of their mothers' legacies. Stories woven with love, jealousy, hope, and despair. Each tribe would carry the names of their mothers forward, a testament to their struggles and triumphs. The echoes of Leah's cry for recognition and Rachel's deep yearning for motherhood became the heartbeat of a nation, a poignant reminder that every great story has its roots in the complex tapestry of human emotion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the desert, the future of Israel hung in the balance, shaped by the destinies of these two remarkable women. Their legacy was not just in the names of their sons, but in the very essence of what it meant to be a mother, a sister, and a combatant in a world that often felt like a battlefield. The air hummed with anticipation, the unyielding spirit of Rachel and Leah promising a story that would echo through time, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of generations to come. The threads of their lives, interwoven with love, rivalry, and sacrifice, spun a narrative that would lead to the birth of a nation. And as their children ventured into the world, the legacy of Rachel and Leah continued to pulse with life, a vibrant force that would shape the future. Each son a reflection of their mother's dreams, each lineage a reminder of the strength found within the bonds of family. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faintest hint of something bittersweet, something that would soon shatter the quiet of the small town of Springdale. It was a day like any other, bright and warm, but beneath the surface, a storm was brewing. Rachel, with her laughter that sparkled like sunlight on water, had become a beacon of hope and joy for everyone who knew her. At just 16, she was a vibrant soul, full of dreams and laughter, unknowingly marching toward a fate that would leave the town in mourning. The townsfolk often spoke of Rachel as if she were a star. Her light reached the far corners of their lives. A talented artist, she painted not just with colors but with emotions, capturing the very essence of those around her. Her canvases lined the walls of the local art gallery, each piece reflecting a fragment of her heart. But that very heart, so full of life and promise, was soon to be tested in ways no one could fathom. As the days grew warmer, Rachel spent her afternoons at the old oak tree, a gnarled giant that had stood for centuries. It was here, in the lush green embrace of its branches, that she found sanctuary. With a sketchpad in her lap, she would lose herself in the world of her imagination, her fingers dancing across the pages while the sun kissed her cheeks. But even the oak seemed to shudder that day, as if it knew the tragedy that would strike without warning. It started with whispers soft and hushed, like secrets shared between best friends. Rachel had been feeling unwell, a vague ache that lingered in her bones. "It's nothing," she assured her mother, brushing off the growing concern. "Just a little tiredness from school." Her mother, Anna, nodded, but the worry etched deep lines on her forehead. They didn't know then that this fatigue was a harbinger of something far more sinister. The town was unaware of the growing storm. Life continued on. Laughter echoed in the streets, and the sun shone bright. Yet, for Rachel, the world began to slip through her fingers like grains of sand, each day a little harder than the last. She painted less, her vibrant colors dulled, replaced by shadows that seemed to creep into her very being. Friends noticed, but brushed it off as the pressure of teenage life, homework, friendships, and the looming specter of adulthood. Then came the fateful day when Rachel collapsed during art class. The room erupted into chaos, shouts of concern slicing through the air like daggers. In that moment, time stood still for everyone who cared for her. Her teacher, Mrs. Hargrove, rushed to her side, panic twisting her features. The ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, a sound that would forever echo in the hearts of those who witnessed it. At the hospital, a cold reality settled in. Doctors hurriedly whispered terms that filled Anna's heart with dread. Tests, treatments, scans. The words floated around like malignant shadows. Rachel lay in the stark white room, so fragile, so pale against the sheets. The beeping of the machines became a rhythmic reminder of the battle she was waging within her body. Days turned into nights, and the world outside kept moving, oblivious to the tragedy unfolding within those sterile walls. Friends visited, bringing flowers and hopeful smiles, but Rachel's eyes told a different story, a story of pain and uncertainty. Each visit became a bittersweet reminder of happier times, laughter echoing in the hallways, now replaced with hushed tones and tears. As the diagnosis came, a rare illness, a cruel twist of fate, Anna felt as though the ground had been ripped from beneath her, Each word from the doctor felt like a gust of wind knocking her off balance. Rachel's condition was grave, and the chances of recovery became slimmer with each passing day. The once vibrant girl who filled the room with laughter was now a mere shadow of herself, battling against an invisible foe. Friends organized vigils, lighting candles that flickered like stars in the night. A small army of love gathered around Rachel, surrounding her with warmth and hope. They shared stories, memories, and art, trying to keep her spirit alive, even as her body waned. Each flicker of candlelight reflected in Anna's eyes, a mix of love and despair. She painted a picture of strength for Rachel, trying to channel her own fear into something tangible. But hope began to fade, and with it, Rachel's strength. In the quiet moments, when the laughter faded, when the world outside felt too far away, Anna would sit by Rachel's bedside, holding her hand. It was there, in the silence, that they shared their deepest fears. Rachel's voice, once filled with dreams, had become a whisper, fragile and soft. "I'm tired, Mom," she said one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon. "I just want to paint the sky one last time." As darkness descended, a sense of inevitability loomed. The town prepared for the worst, faces long and heavy with grief. The oak tree stood sentinel, branches swaying gently, holding the weight of a community's sorrow. Then, in a moment that felt both frozen in time and painfully swift, Rachel took her last breath. The room filled with a profound silence, heavier than any sound could convey. Anna's heart shattered, an unbearable weight pressing down on her chest. It was a loss that rippled through Springdale, a deep wound that would never truly heal. The vibrant laughter that once filled the air was replaced with a haunting emptiness. And as the news spread, the town gathered in unison, each person carrying their grief, their memories of Rachel, the girl who painted with sunshine and love. The oak tree stood as a witness, its branches swaying gently, mourning the loss of a life far too short, a light extinguished too soon. The candles flickered in the night, a tribute to the spirit of a girl who had brought so much joy to those around her. Her legacy forever etched in the hearts of a town that would never forget. The wind whispered through the olive trees, carrying echoes of an ancient sorrow that lingered in the air like an unsung melody. It was here, on this rugged terrain, that the story of Rachel unfolded. A tale woven with threads of longing, loss, and relentless love. Beneath the sun's harsh glare, the earth seemed to sigh, cradling the weight of history and the tears shed by generations. Rachel, beloved and beautiful, had given everything for love. She had been caught in a tempest of passion and betrayal, the light of her life dimmed by the shadows of family strife. The loss of her precious child, Benjamin, left an indelible mark on her soul. The ache of motherhood, the dream of a future filled with laughter and joy, shattered on the rocks of reality. As her breath faded, so too did the hopes she held so dearly, leaving behind a profound emptiness. The site of her burial became a sacred ground, a testament to the enduring spirit of a woman who had loved fiercely. The tomb of Rachel stood resolute against the march of time, its stones worn but unyielding, much like the heart of a grieving mother. This place became a pilgrimage for those who understood that love transcended death, a sanctuary where prayers whispered into the wind, mingled with heartfelt pleas for solace and understanding. Visitors approached, drawn by an unseen force, hearts heavy with their own burdens. Each footstep echoed with the weight of sorrow as they crossed the threshold into a realm where the past and present intertwined. The air was thick with emotion, a palpable energy that enveloped them. Here, in this hallowed space, they found a connection, a shared understanding of loss that spanned centuries. Candles flickered like stars against the encroaching darkness, their flames dancing with fervor, as if trying to break free from the weight of sadness. The scent of incense filled the air, mingling with the salty remnants of tears long shed. Each visitor brought their own story, their own heartache. Some came seeking comfort, while others yearned for closure. They placed small tokens at the foot of the tomb: a woven bracelet, a child's shoe, a crumpled piece of paper with a heartfelt note. Each offering, a silent testament to the pain they carried. Amidst this sea of grief stood the tomb, stark yet beautiful, a simple structure crowned with a dome that seemed to touch the heavens. It was a place where the earthly and the divine converged, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of human emotion. The stones held memories, whispers of prayers, confessions, and cries for help. The very air vibrated with the unspoken hopes and dreams of countless souls. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the tomb, the shadows lengthened and deepened, heightening the sense of reverence that hung in the air. A mother cradled her child close, her heart aching for Rachel, for the love that had been cut short, for the dreams that would never be realized. She placed a gentle kiss on her child's forehead, a promise to always hold them close, just as Rachel had done. The night brought a stillness that allowed the stories of the past to rise to the surface. Onlookers could almost hear the echoes of Rachel's laughter mingling with the cries of her children. They could feel the heartbeat of a woman who had fought for love, even when it seemed futile. The tomb became a portal to the past, a place where time stood still, allowing them to glimpse Rachel's journey, the joy of love, the tragedy of loss, and the resilience of the human spirit. But with each passing moment, there was an undercurrent, an unsettling tension that threaded through the crowd. Whispers floated among the visitors, tales of sightings and signs attributed to Rachel, as if she lingered still, watching over her tomb, guiding the hearts of those who sought her wisdom. Was it mere superstition, or was there something deeper? The air crackled with anticipation, a sense that the past was not entirely in the past, that Rachel's spirit was very much alive among them. The moon cast a silvery light that bathed the tomb in an ethereal glow, and one by one, visitors began to feel a pull, an invitation to share their sorrows, to lay their burdens at the feet of a woman who had known profound loss. They gathered around, forming an unbroken circle of empathy and compassion, voices soft yet charged with emotion. Each story shared became a thread in a tapestry of collective grief, weaving together the lives of strangers brought together by their shared pain. "Rachel, hear our cries," a voice called out, breaking the stillness. "Guide us through our darkness." The words hung in the air, heavy with longing, as if the very stones of the tomb absorbed their prayers and transformed them into something greater, something that transcended the bounds of their individual suffering. The connection grew deeper, electric, a bond that defied explanation. Tears flowed freely as each heart opened up, revealing the rawness of their experiences, the wounds that had yet to heal. In this sacred space, they each found a moment of release, a flicker of hope igniting amidst the despair. Rachel's story, a reminder that love, even in its absence, is a force that binds us all. As midnight approached, a hush fell over the group, the sacredness of the moment settling in. The stars above twinkled brightly, as if Rachel herself watched over them, offering reassurance in the stillness. The tomb, a silent guardian, held the weight of their collective grief, transforming it into a celebration of love that would never fade. Just as the last words of a prayer left trembling lips, the ground beneath them seemed to shiver, a subtle reminder that the past was never truly gone. In that instant, a chill swept through the air, and the world felt suspended in time. The visitors exchanged glances, eyes wide with wonder as they realized that Rachel's story was unfolding before them, not just in the past, but in their very presence, binding them together in an unbreakable connection. The night was far from over, and with it, the legacy of Rachel would continue to weave its magic, forever echoing in the hearts of those willing to listen. In the stillness of the night, under a blanket of stars, a woman stands alone, tears glistening like dew on her cheeks. Leah, the quiet matriarch, feels the weight of her world pressing against her heart. Her hands, calloused from years of labor, cradle a small bundle, a child, the fruit of her yearning. This moment, so fragile yet so potent, encapsulates the essence of her existence. A life filled with longing, love, and the fierce struggle for recognition. Leah's story begins in the shadow of her sister, the dazzling Rachel, whose beauty captures the heart of Jacob, Leah's husband. Leah's heart aches as she watches Jacob's eyes light up at the sight of Rachel. The sting of jealousy is sharp, yet Leah's resolve is stronger. She knows that her worth is not measured by beauty alone, but by the depth of her spirit and the legacy she will leave behind. Her days are wrapped in labor, tending to the flocks, her hands guiding the sheep with a gentle touch that belies her pain. Each bleat of the animals echoes her own cries for acknowledgement. Despite the silent battles she faces, Leah's spirit remains unbroken. She is not just a woman scorned. She is the foundation for something greater, a matriarch in the making. When Leah gives birth to her first son, Reuben, a flicker of hope ignites within her. "Surely my husband will love me now," she whispers, cradling the boy as if he is the answer to her prayers. Yet, the shadow of Rachel looms large, and Leah's heart sinks when Jacob's affections do not shift. But Leah is undeterred. With each child she bears, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, she pours her heart into them, weaving strands of love and resilience that will one day unite a nation. As Leah stands in the quiet of her tent, she contemplates the names she has chosen, each imbued with meaning that transcends her own life. Reuben, meaning "behold, a son," signifies her yearning for recognition. Simeon, "he is heard," reflects her hope that God has listened to her plight. Levi, attached, speaks of her longing for closeness, while Judah, praise, represents a turning point, a moment where she recognizes her own worth. Each name, a testament to her struggle, binds her to something bigger than herself. The tension in Leah's heart grows as Rachel, desperate to bear children, offers her maid, Bilhah, to Jacob. Leah watches, a storm of emotions swirling within her. Did her sister not see the pain that had followed her like a shadow? Did she not understand that love cannot be won through rivalry? Yet, Leah responds in kind, giving her own maid, Zilpah, to Jacob. Through this, she bears more children, Gad and Asher, strengthening her legacy even further, as if every birth is a silent rebellion against the heartache of her past. As the years pass, Leah's position shifts. She becomes the mother of 6 sons, each a warrior destined to lead. The tribes of Israel begin to form, and Leah's heart, once heavy with despair, swells with pride. She pours her love into her children, nurturing them with the strength of a lioness. In her eyes, they are not just sons. They are the future. They are the promise of a nation that will carry her name through generations. Yet, the ache of being second best lingers. There are sleepless nights filled with unspoken words, moments when she wishes for a simple acknowledgement from Jacob. The depth of her love remains unreturned, a bittersweet reality that shapes her every breath. It is a silence that reverberates in the very air she breathes, a testament to her enduring spirit. Then, one day, as the sun dips below the horizon, Leah hears a whisper in her heart. It is a call to rise above her circumstances, to embrace the woman she has become. With each son she bears, she builds a legacy that will transcend her own life. Judah, the 4th son, becomes particularly special to her. She names him with a heart full of gratitude, understanding that praise can be found even in the depths of pain. In those moments of quiet reflection, Leah realizes that she is more than just Jacob's wife. She is a matriarch, the very foundation of a lineage that will endure through the ages. Her struggle, her dreams, and her heartache form an unbreakable bond with her sons, who will grow to lead the people of Israel. The nation will remember her not just as Jacob's first wife or as the less beautiful sister, but as Leah, the woman who bore warriors, the woman who shaped history. The winds of time blow, and Leah's life takes on a rhythm of its own. The day comes when Jacob, now an old man, prepares to bless his sons. The air is thick with anticipation, and Leah stands at the threshold, her heart racing. This is her moment, a culmination of years filled with love, pain, and resilience. The room buzzes with energy as Jacob calls forth his sons, one by one. When Judah steps forward, Leah holds her breath, a mixture of pride and nervousness swirling within her. Jacob's voice rises above the rest, proclaiming blessings that will echo through the ages. Leah feels the weight of those words, a beautiful tapestry woven from her sacrifices. Her heart swells as Jacob's blessing falls upon Judah, a recognition not only of his strength but of Leah's undying spirit. In this moment, Leah is no longer the overlooked sister or the unloved wife. She is the matriarch of Israel, her legacy shimmering like a beacon of hope. She looks at her sons, now men, and sees not just her own reflection but the future of a nation crafted from her love and labor. The past may have been filled with struggles, but in her heart, she knows that they have forged a path forward, a path that will lead to a promised land. As the sun sets, casting golden hues over the landscape, Leah draws a deep breath, ready to face whatever comes next. In the shadows of her past, she has found strength, and in the faces of her sons, she has found purpose. The story of Leah, the matriarch, continues to unfold, an eternal thread in the fabric of history, a testament to a woman who defied the odds and transformed her pain into a legacy that will never fade. In a twilight world just beyond the horizon of time, where the sun melts into hues of orange and purple, two figures stand at the precipice of life's weaving. Rachel and Leah, sisters bound by blood yet divided by circumstance, cast shadows that stretch far beyond their ancient tales. Their stories are not merely tales of love and rivalry. They resonate with the very essence of faith, identity, and the eternal struggle between desire and duty. The air is thick with emotions, swirling like the leaves in the cool evening breeze, hinting at the deep connections their lives weave into the fabric of Jewish tradition. Rachel, the beloved, is often portrayed as the fragile flower, exquisite and rare. Her beauty is not just skin-deep. It reflects the yearning of a heart that longs for a family. She stirs a tempest of passion in the heart of Jacob, who encounters her at the well, where her grace and charm captivate him instantly. She becomes a beacon of hope, a symbol of unfulfilled longing and the heart's deepest desires. But as she gazes into the distance, one can see the shadows of jealousy lurking at the edges of her joy. Though cherished, she carries the weight of despair, her inability to bear children. In her world, motherhood is an honor that eludes her grasp, and with each passing day, her anguish deepens. Opposite her stands Leah, the lesser-loved sister, whose name means weary. Yet, within the folds of her life lies a tale that is rich with resilience. She is the one who bears Jacob's children, the one who, despite feeling overshadowed by Rachel's beauty, embodies strength in loyalty. Leah's eyes may be described as tender, yet they hold stories of sorrow and silent triumph. She is a matriarch, a pillar of perseverance who finds joy in her offspring, even as she struggles with her own feelings of inadequacy. Leah's heart beats with the rhythm of a woman who knows the pain of wanting to be seen, yet she stands firm, mothering not just her own children but the very foundations of a nation. As the sun sinks lower, the tension between the sisters boils beneath the surface. The echoes of their rivalry resonate through the ages, a clash of the heart against the mind, of passion against duty. Leah watches as Rachel, in moments of fleeting joy, basks in Jacob's affection, while her own husband's gaze often drifts elsewhere. The competition is unspoken but palpable, like a thunderstorm brewing on the horizon. In their story, one can see the eternal struggle faced by so many, the fight for recognition, love, and a sense of belonging. In the quiet corners of their lives, there lies the profound sorrow of unfulfilled dreams. Rachel, burdened by her longing, gives Jacob her maid, Bilhah, hoping to fulfill her desire for children through her. The act is one of desperation, a moment where hope collides with despair. Leah, not to be outdone, offers her maid, Zilpah, as a surrogate. The rivalry escalates, and what should be a sacred bond of sisterhood slips into a contest of who can bear the most children. Each birth is heralded with shouts of triumph, yet beneath the surface, the sisters grapple with a deeper loneliness, a yearning for connection that transcends their roles as mothers. Through the ages, their lives have become symbols of something greater. Rachel embodies the soul of longing. She represents the dreamers, the ones who chase after the unattainable, often feeling that their worth is measured by their achievements. Leah, on the other hand, reflects the strength found in resilience and patience. She is the voice of those who stand quietly in the shadows, nurturing life while navigating their own heartaches. The tension between these two women encapsulates the complexity of the human experience. The duality of love and rivalry, the constant push and pull of wanting and needing. In Jewish tradition, Rachel and Leah symbolize the dichotomy of spiritual and physicality. Rachel's beauty represents aspiration, the quest for the divine, while Leah's ability to bear children signifies earthly existence and the continuity of generations. This rich tapestry of symbolism weaves through prayers, songs, and teachings, where their lives serve as mirrors reflecting the struggles of every person striving for meaning and connection. As the darkness of night settles in, the weight of their stories hangs heavy in the air. The tale of Rachel and Leah does not merely end with their lives. It expands into legacies of families, traditions, and sacred texts. The crux of their existence teaches lessons about faith, love, and the search for one's place in the world. Their cries resonate in the hearts of countless generations, a reminder that even in rivalry, there exists a profound bond, a shared journey through the trials of life. With each passing moment, their stories spiral into the hearts of those who hear them, igniting passions and stirring the deepest emotions. The complexities of love, jealousy, and resilience envelop the listener, drawing them into a narrative that feels as if it is a part of their own. As night deepens, the stars appear, tiny witnesses to the struggles of Rachel and Leah, who continue to live on in the very essence of Jewish life. The air crackles with anticipation, for their tale is far from over. It beckons the next chapter, where the lessons learned intertwine with the lives yet to come. The echoes of their legacy ripple through time, waiting for the next soul to grasp the thread of their story and weave it into the ever-unfolding tapestry of history. Under the vast, unyielding sky of ancient Mesopotamia, two sisters lived intertwined by fate and rivalry, their lives shaped by a tapestry of love, jealousy, and the desperate yearning for acceptance. Rachel and Leah were more than just figures in a dusty scroll. They were the embodiment of conflicting desires that echo through time, captivating the hearts and minds of countless believers across centuries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the fields, their stories began to entwine with the very fabric of Christian thought, igniting a flame of contemplation that would burn brightly for generations. Rachel, with her striking beauty and tender heart, stood as the envy of her sister Leah. Leah, often overlooked, bore a heavy heart, her longing for love and recognition, a constant ache that echoed in the quiet moments of her life. The tension between them was palpable, a silent battle that played out against the backdrop of their shared home and the man they both loved, Jacob. As Rachel captured Jacob's heart, Leah found herself caught in a web of despair, struggling to bear children while her sister flourished as the favored wife. The weight of their rivalry bore down on them, a storm brewing beneath the surface, threatening to erupt into chaos. For centuries, theologians and scholars have turned to their stories, examining the layers of meaning woven into their lives. Each sister became an allegory, representing the complex nature of faith, grace, and human emotion. Rachel, often seen as the epitome of grace, symbolized the ideal believer, passionate, fervent in prayer, and longing for divine favor. Yet, as her struggle for children persisted, doubts crept in like shadows, revealing her vulnerability. The very blessings she desired turned into a haunting reminder of her limitations, a reflection of the human condition struggling against the divine. Leah, in contrast, emerged as a figure of resilience. Though unloved at first, her strength lay in her ability to endure. Her heart, heavy with unrequited affection, became a wellspring of compassion, transformed through suffering. In Christian thought, Leah's story resonates as a call to embrace the overlooked aspects of faith. The quiet endurance, the strength found in hardship, the grace that comes from recognizing one's worth apart from societal validation. As she bore children one after another, her faith grew, each birth symbolizing not only a physical blessing but a deeper connection to God, an understanding that true fulfillment comes from within. The emotional landscape of their lives unfolded in ways that transcended their individual experiences. Rachel's desperation led her to bargain with Leah, offering her servant to Jacob in a bid to gain the children she so fervently desired. The act was fraught with tension, a desperate grasp for control in a world that felt overwhelmingly chaotic. This moment became a focal point for Christian interpretation, showcasing the lengths to which humanity will go to fulfill its yearnings. It opened up a dialogue about the nature of desire and the consequences of seeking fulfillment outside the divine will. As the weight of their stories settled into the hearts of believers, Rachel and Leah emerged as symbols of the duality of faith. Their lives illustrated the constant struggle between the flesh and the spirit, a theme echoed throughout Christian teachings. Rachel's beauty and Leah's endurance painted a vivid picture of the believer's journey, a quest marked by joy and pain, triumphs and failures, all culminating in a deeper understanding of God's grace. The emotional pull of their narrative continues to inspire countless interpretations, each generation finding its own meaning in their trials. The struggle for identity, the quest for love, and the yearning for acceptance resonate deeply with those navigating their own paths of faith. It's a reflection of the human experience, a reminder that within the walls of our hearts, we often battle our own Rachel and Leah. In churches and homes, their names are whispered in prayer, their stories retold as a means of exploring the deeper truths of faith. Pastors weave their narratives into sermons, drawing lessons from the strife and triumph of these sisters. The juxtaposition of Rachel's beauty and Leah's endurance invites believers to confront their own insecurities, to grapple with what it means to be loved and accepted. It sparks conversations about the nature of God's love, unfathomable and inclusive, reaching out to embrace both the favored and the overlooked. But the saga of Rachel and Leah does not end in their lifetimes. It extends into the hearts of those who seek to understand their own spiritual struggles. It challenges the faithful to look beyond mere appearances and societal expectations, urging them to find strength in their vulnerabilities. The lessons of their lives serve as a beacon, guiding believers through moments of doubt and despair, illuminating the path toward a deeper relationship with God. As the sun set on the horizon, casting long shadows over the fields where they once toiled, the echoes of Rachel and Leah's lives reverberated through time. Their stories lingered in the air, a haunting melody that spoke of hope amidst heartache, of grace woven through the fabric of human experience. The tension between their lives, their struggles and triumphs, continues to resonate, an eternal reminder of the intricate dance between faith and the human heart. The narrative of Rachel and Leah flows seamlessly into the tapestry of Christian thought, leaving behind an indelible mark on the minds of those who ponder their lives. It is a call to recognize the beauty of the struggle, to embrace the complexities of faith, and to find solace in the enduring love of a God who sees beyond the surface. And as the night deepened, their stories beckoned, weaving a thread of connection that linked past, present, and future in an unbroken chain of hope and redemption. Under the pale light of the moon, the air shimmered with tension, as if the night itself held its breath. A figure moved silently through the shadows, her heart pounding against her chest like a drum, each beat echoing the weight of her choices. Rachel stood at the edge of a vast desert, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, a symbol of beauty that rivaled the dawn. In her eyes flickered a fire, a yearning that seemed to pull at the very stars above. Yet, her heart carried a burden, heavy and unyielding, the complexity of love intertwined with rivalry. In the distance, a flicker of light caught her eye. It was her sister Leah, the embodiment of loyalty, standing in the glow of a modest lantern, her features softened by the gentle light. Leah's heart was a tapestry of sacrifice, woven with threads of unspoken longings and silent prayers. She had always known that Rachel was the favored one, the beloved, yet Leah harbored a fierce love for their shared husband, Jacob. The tension between the sisters simmered beneath the surface, a potent mix of love and jealousy, of devotion and despair. As the night deepened, the desert became a stage for their silent drama. Rachel and Leah, two sides of the same coin, reflected the feminine condition throughout the ages. Rachel, the dreamer with aspirations as vast as the sky, longed for more than what was handed to her. She yearned for Jacob's love, for children, for a legacy that would rise and flourish. Leah, on the other hand, was anchored in her reality, a reality of duty and resilience. The echoes of their names resonated through history, each syllable imbued with the struggles and triumphs of women everywhere. "Why must you always be the one he desires?" Leah's voice trembled, revealing the frailty behind her fierce facade. Rachel felt the sting of her sister's words, a raw truth that pierced through her. The weight of the unfulfilled promises, the anguish of being the favored sister, pressed down upon her, making her feel both blessed and cursed. The love Jacob had for Rachel was a brilliant flame, burning bright, while Leah's love flickered in the shadows, often unnoticed. In the ancient world, the stories of Rachel and Leah transcended mere narrative. They became symbols of the female experience. Women have always grappled with identity, love, and rivalry, their desires often entangled with those of others. The sisters' lives were a reflection of this struggle, a powerful reminder that love can be both a blessing and a burden. Rachel's desperation deepened as the years passed, each day a reminder of her childlessness. The ache in her heart was palpable, the silence of an empty home echoing against the walls of her dreams. She turned to her sister, her voice a whisper, "Leah, help me." In that moment, vulnerability washed over her like a wave, binding them together amidst the storm of their competing hearts. Leah, with her own heart heavy, extended a hand. "Let us share, sister." The bond between them began to shift, a tenuous thread woven from both rivalry and solidarity. In their shared struggle, they found a connection, however fragile, that would carry them through the trials of life. As the seasons changed, so did their fates. Rachel's ache for children transformed into a bitter longing, while Leah bore sons, each one a testament to her resilience. The names of these children, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, echoed through time, emblematic of women's strength and the lengths they would go to carve out their identities. Yet, the bitterness simmered beneath the surface, a reminder of the tug-of-war between desire and duty. Jacob's love was a complicated web, and as he favored Rachel, Leah's heart struggled against the tide of resentment. The desert winds howled a mournful tune, carrying the whispers of their pain. Their stories intertwined like the threads of a tapestry, each strand significant, each moment defining. Tension crackled in the air as Rachel, in a desperate bid for Jacob's affection, offered her maid, Bilhah, to him. It was a decision fraught with implications, a reminder of how women often found their worth in the eyes of men. Their bodies become battlegrounds for love and legacy. Leah, witnessing this, felt a mix of betrayal and sympathy. She too had offered her maid, Zilpah, to Jacob when she felt the sting of Rachel's favoritism. The daughters of Laban danced in a delicate balance, a constant negotiation of power and love. They were not just characters in a story. They were reflections of women throughout history, grappling with their place in a world that often viewed them through the lens of competition. Each moment of joy was undercut by shadows of jealousy, each triumph marred by the complexities of their relationships. As the stars twinkled above, Rachel and Leah found themselves at a crossroads, their choices echoing across time. Would they remain rivals bound by blood, or could they forge a new path, one that embraced their shared humanity? The desert stood silent, as if waiting for their answer, and in that silence, their story continued to unfold. A loop of emotions, a testament to the power of the feminine archetype. The tension between them simmered, a palpable force driving them toward an uncertain future. Would they find strength in their bond, or would the weight of their rivalry pull them apart? The air was thick with possibility, and the night, a canvas painted with their fears and hopes, stretched endlessly before them. In a world where voices are often drowned out by the noise of everyday life, the echoes of Rachel and Leah resonate with a haunting clarity. Their story is not merely a relic of ancient times. It pulses with relevance that reaches through the ages, grabbing the hearts of those who dare to listen. Two sisters, bound by blood and rivalry, embody the struggles and triumphs that so many face today. Their lives, woven together by love and envy, lay bare the complexities of human emotion. On the sunlit plains of Mesopotamia, where the air is thick with the scent of wildflowers and the distant hum of livestock, Rachel and Leah lived a life that was both ordinary and extraordinary. Rachel, the younger sister, was the picture of beauty, the kind that turned heads and stopped hearts. Her laughter danced in the wind, a melody that wrapped around the fields like a gentle embrace. Leah, on the other hand, was often overlooked. Her eyes, though soft, carried a weight of longing. She was not the favored one, the one who stole the spotlight, but her heart held a love that burned fiercely. Their father, Laban, played a pivotal role in the drama that unfolded. His decisions cast shadows over their lives and ignited a fierce rivalry. When Rachel, yearning for love and acceptance, was given to Jacob, their shared husband, Leah's heart broke under the weight of rejection. Yet, in Leah's sorrow there was strength. She bore children, giving Jacob sons when Rachel could not. Each birth was a bittersweet victory, a reminder of her worth and a testament to the bond of sisterhood that was stretched thin, yet never broken. As the days turned into years, the tension mounted. Rachel's envy spiraled, and Leah's heartache deepened. The sisters, tied together by the same blood, found themselves in a battle for love and validation. It was a struggle that transcended time, reflecting the modern battles of sisterhood, friendship, and the longing for acceptance. In homes today, women face similar conflicts: family dynamics, the quest for love, and the desperate desire to be seen. Their story captures the essence of what it means to be human. Rachel and Leah are not mere figures in an ancient text. They are every woman who has felt overlooked, every sister who has stood in the shadow of another. Their emotions are raw and palpable, echoing in the hearts of those who find themselves in similar situations. The tender moments, filled with love and laughter, contrast starkly with the fierce jealousy that can creep in, poisoning relationships and creating distance. The pain of Leah's longing for Jacob's affection becomes a mirror for the struggles many navigate in their relationships. How often do we find ourselves yearning for recognition? Leah's tears, barely dried, resonate with modern women who battle feelings of inadequacy and invisibility in a world that often values beauty over substance. The emotional currents that flowed between Rachel and Leah reflect the struggles of countless women today, caught in the web of expectations and societal pressures. Yet, amidst the rivalry, there are glimmers of hope and strength. Leah, in her quest for love, learns to find her voice and stand strong. She names her children with purpose, each name a declaration of her worth, a legacy forged in the fires of pain. In the quiet moments, when the chaos fades, there is a realization that love does not have to be a zero-sum game. Rachel and Leah's tale is alive with the complexities of love, how it can bind us, and sometimes tear us apart. As the sun sets over the landscape, casting long shadows on the ground, the sisters' story unfolds like a tapestry, rich with colors of emotion. Their laughter echoes across the fields, mingling with the sobs of anguish, creating a symphony of human experience. The moment Rachel finally gives birth to Joseph is a crescendo that speaks of hope, but it also serves as a reminder of the heartache Leah endures, a stark reality that love is not always fair. In the modern landscape, as women navigate their own paths, the lessons of Rachel and Leah remain ever relevant. The struggle for identity, the quest for love, and the need for validation still echo in the hearts of many. Each generation grapples with the legacy of these two sisters, their lives a poignant reminder that the bonds of sisterhood can be both a sanctuary and a battlefield. As the world continues to spin, the story of Rachel and Leah does not conclude. It flows forward like a river, carving its path through the landscape of human emotion. The threads of their lives intertwine with those of contemporary women, each bearing the weight of desires, dreams, and disappointments that resonate across time. The modern relevance of their story lingers like a whisper, urging all to find strength in vulnerability, to embrace their unique paths, and to recognize the beauty in their struggles. In this unending tale, where jealousy and love intertwine, the sisters stand as reminders of resilience and the importance of connection. The flickering candlelight in the hearts of every woman who has ever felt unseen shines brighter because of them. The emotional tapestry they weave continues, inviting reflection and stirring the soul, as their lives remind us that while rivalry can fracture, love has the power to heal, to bind, and to transform. Their legacy, steeped in the richness of human experience, pulses with life, a life that resonates through generations, urging today's women to find their voices, to celebrate their journeys, and to remember that even in the darkest moments, the light of sisterhood and love can guide the way. In the soft glow of twilight, a quiet tension hangs in the air, weaving through the hearts of families across generations. Rachel and Leah, two sisters bound not only by blood but by a fierce rivalry, have left an indelible mark on family dynamics today. Their lives, intertwined with love and strife, echo through the ages, casting shadows on the way modern families navigate their own complexities. The story of Rachel and Leah isn't just one of ancient history. It's a living tapestry of emotion, jealousy, sacrifice, and the unyielding desire for acceptance. As the world spins on, the lessons from their lives reverberate in homes where siblings squabble over attention, partners vie for love, and parents struggle to balance fairness with favoritism. Each family carries the weight of these stories, and the emotional currents run deep, drawing parallels to the lives of these two women who lived thousands of years ago. Rachel, the beloved wife, graces every tale with her beauty and charm, while Leah, often overlooked, embodies resilience and sorrow. The contrast between them is striking, illuminated by the struggles that so many families face today. Rachel's beauty was a blessing, but it also created a rift. Her husband Jacob's affections seemingly leaned towards her, leaving Leah to navigate a world where she often felt invisible. This dynamic is not lost on modern families, where feelings of inadequacy can fester beneath the surface, igniting rivalries that can tear siblings apart or haunt marriages. The scene shifts, and now we stand in a modern kitchen where tensions simmer. A young mother, torn between her two daughters, feels the weight of unspoken expectations. One daughter excels academically, while the other is a natural athlete. In her heart, she yearns to celebrate each child equally, yet the fear of favoritism looms large, much like Leah's longing for Jacob's love. The mother knows the struggle. She feels it in her bones. What will it take to ensure her daughters never feel the sting of rivalry, the way Rachel and Leah did? As evenings turn to night, the echo of laughter can be heard, tempered by the whispers of jealousy that linger just out of sight. Family gatherings often spiral into competition, each child striving to outdo the other. This subtle dance of approval spirals into an emotional maelstrom that can tear relationships apart, leaving scars that can last a lifetime. The whispers of Rachel's beauty and Leah's heartache linger, reminding each individual of the fragility of familial bonds. In another corner of the world, a father sits with his son, grappling with the haunting memory of his own childhood. He recalls the way his parents favored his sister, leaving him to feel like a mere shadow. The father's heart aches as he struggles not to repeat the same mistakes. His son, filled with promise, deserves to feel loved wholly and without comparison. Yet, the fear of inadvertently favoring one child over the other looms large, an ever-present specter that threatens to unravel their family ties. Meanwhile, Rachel's desire for children ignites a fire within her. She yearns for a family, feeling an urgency that is palpable. Leah, on the other hand, bears the burden of motherhood alone, grappling with her own worth and the love she can muster for the children she bore. This dichotomy illustrates the tension that many families feel. The deep desire for connection often clashes with the insecurities that threaten to overshadow it. Each mother, like Rachel and Leah, brings her own history, her own story, into her parenting. The stakes are high. The desire for acceptance is universal. As the stories of Rachel and Leah ripple through the fabric of time, modern families navigate the complexities of love and loyalty with each passing day. The dynamics are not just limited to siblings. They seep into romantic relationships, friendships, and even work environments. The intense bond between Rachel and Leah, fraught with longing and rivalry, resonates in boardrooms where colleagues vie for a boss's favor, each yearning to be seen as the favorite. Flash forward to a schoolyard, where two children grapple with their own expectations. One child's artistic flair contrasts sharply with the other's athletic prowess. In their young minds, the seeds of rivalry take hold, much like those planted in the hearts of Rachel and Leah, The innocent playful banter morphs into something darker as each child vies for the approval of their peers, mirroring the ancient struggles of two sisters who fought for their father's favor. Underneath these modern narratives lies a rich historical legacy, a story that continues to shape the way families interact. The wounds inflicted by jealousy and competition are deep, and the need for love remains a potent force. Just as Leah ultimately finds her strength in motherhood, families today are learning to redefine their dynamics, seeking to celebrate individuality rather than fuel rivalry. As the sun sets on another day, the emotional resonance of Rachel and Leah's story echoes through family halls. The laughter, the tears, the moments of connection all weave together a complex tapestry that speaks to the heart of human relationships. In moments of frustration, disappointment, and joy, the lessons from Rachel and Leah hold the potential to transform family dynamics, reminding us that love, in all its forms, is at the core of who we are. Through the lens of history, the narratives of Rachel and Leah illuminate the struggles and triumphs of today. The emotional undercurrents are undeniable, driving families to seek balance, acceptance, and the ever-elusive harmony. The journey continues, as each family writes its own chapter, echoing the timeless story of two sisters who, though separated by time and circumstance, remain eternally relevant. In the quiet moments of reflection, families find themselves drawn back to the lessons learned, valleys of jealousy, peaks of love, and the indomitable spirit of acceptance. In a quiet corner of a sun-baked desert, two women stood under the vast, open sky, their hands clasped together in a moment of both dread and hope. Rachel, with her dark, flowing hair and radiant beauty, wore a mask of fear, her deep brown eyes reflecting the uncertainty of their future. Leah, sturdy and steadfast, her heart a tapestry of both love and resentment, looked at her sister with a fierce protectiveness. This was not just a tale of sibling rivalry or familial tension. It was the beginning of a legacy that would ripple through ages, shaping the very foundations of faith and culture. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows grew long, deepening the emotions that swirled in the air. Rachel and Leah were more than just the wives of Jacob. They were the mothers of nations. Each child they bore would carry not just their lineage but the weight of promises made long ago. The names of their sons, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, would echo through centuries, resonating in the sacred texts of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Each name held a story, a fragment of history that would be told and retold across generations. In the days of their lives, Rachel and Leah faced struggles that many could not fathom. The first hint of their impact lay in Rachel's desperate longing for children, a pain that spiraled deep within her soul. As she turned to her husband with tears streaming down her cheeks, she uttered words that would become a part of the collective consciousness. "Give me children or I shall die." Her anguish, palpable and raw, was not just a personal battle. It was a reflection of the human condition, the desire to leave a mark on the world, to create, to nurture. Leah, too, felt the sting of jealousy and heartache as she watched her sister's beauty captivate Jacob, her husband's heart often torn between the two. Leah's resilience became a symbol of strength in adversity. She bore children with a fervor that spoke of her yearning for love and acceptance. Her names for her sons, "For now my husband will love me," she declared, after the birth of Reuben, echoed with the struggles of countless women who sought validation in their relationships. This interplay between them, a dance of love, jealousy, pain, and triumph, painted a vivid picture of what it meant to be human. The legacy of Rachel and Leah extended far beyond their immediate trials. The 12 tribes of Israel, birthed from their union with Jacob, became the backbone of an entire nation. Each tribe carried its unique identity, but they were all tied back to these two women. The narratives that unfolded around them began to weave into the fabric of religious thought. Spiritual leaders and scholars would later reflect on their stories as illustrations of faith, sacrifice, and the complexities of human relationships. How often do we hear the story of Rachel's death during childbirth? The heart-wrenching image of Jacob holding her lifeless body while naming their second son, Benjamin, signifies an irreplaceable loss. This moment ignited a powerful legacy of remembrance in the hearts of those who would follow. Rachel's tomb, a site of pilgrimage for many, became a symbol of maternal love and grief, a place where countless people found solace and healing. The stories etched in sacred texts transformed into lessons that transcended time, reminding believers of the intimate connection between suffering and devotion. The aftermath of Leah's life, too, unveiled layers of emotional depth. Despite the pain of being overshadowed, Leah's contributions were monumental. She became the mother of Judah, the tribe from which King David and, according to Christian belief, Jesus would descend. This connection forged a bond between the past and future, revealing how Leah's seemingly overlooked existence was pivotal in the unfolding of a divine plan. Her legacy was not merely one of competition, but one of profound influence that shaped the course of nations. As tales of Rachel and Leah continued to circulate through the ages, they found new life in religious thought. Their struggles became metaphors in sermons, teachings, and prayers. The archetypes they represented, sisterhood, maternal longing, and the quest for identity, resonated with countless believers, regardless of their cultural background. They bridged gaps across faiths, illustrating how the human experience binds us all. Historians and theologians began to draw parallels between Rachel and Leah and the larger themes of faith and community. Their story became more than a historical account. It transformed into a narrative of hope, resilience, and the complexities of love. Through their legacy, they became symbols of the struggles and triumphs inherent in the human experience. The emotional weight of their lives spilled into art, literature, and music, with poets singing their praises and artists capturing their essence. In the quiet of a small synagogue, the tales of Rachel and Leah would be recounted during Shabbat services, their lives providing powerful lessons about faith in the face of adversity. Their story touched the hearts of many, intertwining with the lifeblood of religious culture. Generations would revisit these emotions, drawing strength from the trials of two sisters who lived thousands of years ago. As the sun sets on this chapter of their lives, the echoes of Rachel's grief and Leah's strength linger, reminding us that stories of love, struggle, and triumph are timeless. Just as they shared their pain and joy, so too do their lessons continue to be shared, passed down like sacred heirlooms. The impact of Rachel and Leah is felt not just in ancient texts but in the very essence of humanity, a reminder that within the tapestry of life, each thread carries the weight of countless stories, waiting to be told and retold.